40 evidences proving the existence of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Take a broad view and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in Lifechanyuan will a new life begin. You will see clear paradise scenes. Once we fall into deep meditation, we can feel that there is a supernatural power in control of the movement of the universe and the birth and death of all things and the track of human life. No one can deny the fate, yet no one can grasp his own fate. Everything about us seems to be prearranged by certain powers, and we are only moving according to the life courses assigned to us. Then, whether such a supernatural power exists or not, whether there is a super wisdom in control of the entire universe or not. If there is not, then how did the universe come into being? Where did the variety of life forms come from? If there is, where could the supernatural power be? What is his form? Does it look like a man? What characteristics does he have? Why we cannot see it? Does it care for humankind? How does it manage this astronomical universe? How shall we get to know it? 1. There should be someone behind the orderly operation of the solar system. With the Sun as its center, the solar system consists of the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, comets, the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, meteoroid, interstellar matter, the Earth's satellite moon and other asteroids. Attracted by the gravitation of the Sun, other celestial bodies revolve around the Sun. Among them, the 9 planets revolve in the same direction around the Sun along the nearly round orbits in approximately the same plane. For billions of years, the solar system has been running in the Milky Way galaxy in an orderly manner and with no single mistake. The 9 planets, the Earth's satellite moon, and other asteroids have unfailingly and willingly maintained the order of the solar system. They cooperate tacitly with each other, conforming and obedient. There has never been any bullying. There is a high degree of organization, discipline, and unity. If any one of the planets does not obey command and acts on itself, the whole solar system will immediately be knocked over by other stellar systems in the galaxy. Then the main task of the whole solar system, sustaining the life on Earth, will not be possible, and man will also perish. To live harmoniously, a big family of about dozen people will need some domestic disciplines to keep it in line. A company, small it may be, must have rules and regulations if it hopes to survive and develop. A house should have a design before builders can begin work, how the doors, the windows, the kitchen, the living room, the bedrooms, and the bathrooms should be arranged. To survive, even a pack of wolves, a swarm of bees, a cohort of ants, or a flock of sheep must have a leader in charge, otherwise the result will be a state of disunity and chaos. Let's take a look at the general manager's office. The desk, the chairs, the bookshelf, the sofas, the tea table, the telephone, and the like are all arranged in an orderly manner. The tea table will not be placed on the desk, the chairs will not be put on the sofas. Why? Because these have already been designed and arranged. Let's have a look at the workshops of a factory. The lathes, the milling machines, the planers, the drill presses, the machining tables, the grinding wheels, and the tool cabinets are arranged in an orderly manner. They will not be piled up and thrown here and there. Why? For someone is doing the arrangement. Let's take a look at the streamline of the assembly workshop of TV sets. There is a strict order for the assembly of different components. Is this order formed naturally? Of course not, there must be someone doing the design and arrangement. Let's take a look at everything in nature and every activity in human society. It is not difficult to discover that all have been organized and arranged by someone or a certain brain. Then how about the orderly functioning of the solar system? Is it not designed by someone? By logical reasoning, we can infer that there must be someone in charge of the creation and arrangement of the solar system. But who is this someone? He must be the planner and designer of the universe and the wise omniscience, the greatest creator. 2. The distance from the Earth to the Sun is a result of deliberate arrangement. The distance from the Earth to the Sun is 147 million kilometers, which is the ideal distance for the Earth to absorb the solar energy. If it is too far, the Earth will be cold and bleak place. If it is too close, the Earth will be a flaming globe. You must have had the experience of warming yourself by fire in the cold winter days. Your distance from the fire will be decided by the state of the fire. If you are too close to the fire, the heat will be beyond your endurance. If you are too far from it, you cannot absorb the heat. You will automatically adjust yourself to an appropriate distance which is not too warm to be put up with. Now you can do a calculation. Imagine yourself as the Earth and the fire seat as the sun. What will be the proportion? Let's suppose the proportion is x, then the proportion from the sun to the Earth is also x. That is to say, the distance between the sun and the Earth is not a matter of coincidence but a deliberate arrangement. Except the greatest creator, who else can do that? 3. The rotation of the Earth is a planned arrangement and the velocity of the rotation has been accurately calculated. If we keep facing the fire, then our body's front part will be very comfortable but back part will be still very cold. At this time, we will unconsciously turn around and make our back face the fire. After some time, we will turn around again. In such a case, wouldn't it be ideal for us to sit in an automatically rotating chair so that all our body can evenly receive the warmth? However, the rotation should not be too fast, otherwise we will feel dizzy and cannot see the objects around us clearly. More dangerously, we might be thrown off the chair. Too slow a rotation won't do either. One side of the body is warm enough, but the other side is in urgent need of heat, and yet the chair has not turned around. Then certainly we can find an optimum rotation speed that can make us feel comfortable and warmed evenly. The Earth is rotating at an ideal speed. It rotates at nearly 28 kilometers a minute and revolves around in 24 hours. This speed ensures that both the east and the west hemispheres can get the heat evenly and that animals, plants, and men can have the time for labor and rest respectively. Suppose the Earth does not rotate, the east hemisphere will be facing the sun all the time, everyone would feel the unbearable heat, while the west hemisphere will be in a constant darkness and the cold, which will be too extreme for men to bear. Vice versa. If the rotation is too fast, for example 12 hours for the Earth to turn around itself, then there will be only 3 hours respectively for morning, noon, dusk, and night. The sun will be high up in the sky before we have enough sleep. If we wait till we have enough sleep, then we will wake up only to find the darkness night is out there again. Shall we get up or continue sleeping? If the Earth rotates too slowly, for example 36 hours for it to complete a circle, then we will have 18 hours of day and 18 hours of night respectively. Plants will either have too much or too little photosynthesis, climate will suffer abnormality, we shall find it hard to arrange the time of work and rest. The rotation of Earth and the speed of rotation are well planned and accurately arranged by the greatest creator. If you are not convinced, just try it yourself and see whether you can come out with better arrangement. 4. The Earth orbits the Sun and its running speed is in strict accordance with the laws of physical movement. The Earth orbits the Sun at the speed of 298 kilometers per second, which does not allow for the slightest error. If the speed exceeds 298 kilometers per second, the Earth will fly off its orbit along the tangent and enter the vast universe. The life on Earth will all go extinct for lack of appropriate light and heat from the sun. If the speed is slower than 298 kilometers per second, the Earth, failing to reach the escape velocity, will be drawn to the sun, that is, the Earth will fall to the sun, just like an apple falling down to the ground. Isn't this terrible? It is well known that the satellites of Earth should orbit the Earth at the speed of 79 kilometers per second. If the speed is faster, they will not be able to fly round the Earth along a certain orbit. If the speed is slower, the satellites will fall down to the Earth. The speed must reach 111.8 kilometers per second to escape the constraint force of the Earth. The speed must reach 166.7 kilometers a second to escape from the solar system. These are absolute numerical values, allowing for no exception or negotiation. So, now think it over. Why the Earth should revolve around the Sun at exactly 298 kilometers per second. Why it is not any other numerical values. Without the calculation and arrangement of a superwise being, is it possible for the Earth to run for 4.6 billion years, obediently, meticulously, and voluntarily? 5. The tilting of the Earth is deliberately set up. As far as the orbit of the Earth is concerned, the Earth is tilted at a gradient of 23.5 degrees. You can use a globe as a sample. Without the tilting, there will be no alternating seasons on the Earth. The equator will be unbearably hot, the temperate zone will be turned into the frigid zone, and Siberia of Russia will be part of the Antarctica. If the tilting is at 90 degrees, the ice and snow in Antarctica will all be melted and the Earth will be a complete ocean with no single stretch of lands. Then can the Earth tilt at 24 degrees or 23 degrees? Absolutely not. If the Earth tilts at 24 degrees, all the coastal cities will be submerged by water. If the Earth tilts at 23 degrees, the Earth will suffer from severe water shortage and many rivers will disappear. Just imagine, will it work without the computation and design of a superwise being? Then who is the superwise being? Neither you nor me, but the greatest creator. 6. The moon is the guarantee of life on Earth. First, let's look at some moon-related figures. The moon is 380,000 kilometers away from the Earth. The mass of the moon is approximately 1/81st of the Earth's mass. The moon completes a circle around the Earth every 25 hours. It takes 27.3 days for the moon to go along its orbit as well as auto-rotation for one circle. The time interval between the first full moon and the next is 29.5 days. It tilts at 5 degrees in relation to the ecliptic. The orbit of the moon is oval. The moon moves westward. The above data are the warranty for life on Earth, and even the slightest changes will pose catastrophe to life on Earth. Some people have whimsically thought of blasting the moon. Others objected to the idea, arguing the moon should not be blasted because without moon man will lose some sentiment. Actually, the matter is not so simple. Without the gravitation of the moon, there would be no ebb and flow in the ocean and no wind, cloud, rain and snow, and thunder and lightning on the Earth. And accordingly, no life would exist. Do we need to bother with such a simple reasoning? Someone may argue there may be no life on land, yet there would still be life in the oceans. The answer is negative. Is it possible for an absolutely still sea to breed life? Moreover, without moon, it is impossible for us to have inspirations like so bright a gleam on the foot of my bed. Could there have been a frost already? Lifting my head to look, I found that it was moonlight. Sinking back again, I thought suddenly of home. Without the moon, no life could survive on Earth. Therefore, the moon is specially set up there for the life on the Earth, or we might say especially for man. Then who has set up the moon? Our ancestors? Dinosaurs? Who but the greatest creator can have such power and capacity to hang the moon in the sky? 7. The distance between the moon and the Earth allows for no deviation. The distance between the Earth and the moon is 384,400 kilometers. If the distance is shorter than this, the Earth will be ravished by raging gusts and torrential rains. If the distance is farther than this, there would be only gentle breezes, occasional drizzles on Earth, and there would no longer be great storms, typhoons, and thunder and lightning. In another word, the life on Earth will suffer bad weathers and harsh environments. Just imagine what may happen if a jet plane skims 1 meter above our heads. Not to mention the impact of the infrasonic waves and shock waves generated by the fast-flying plane. Even the whirls of air current brought about by the flight will carry us off our feet. The tiles on the roofs will certainly be blown away, and a course of water gully and water wall will be formed when the plane skims over the water. Suppose the volume of the plane is as 3 football pitches. What will happen when it flies past the surface of the Earth? The consequence will be catastrophic. In the area it passes by, there will be scenes of general turmoil and mess, with animals scampering for dear life, men and horses thrown off their feet, walls tumbling, wind roaring and waves billowing. The ships on the sea will be wrecked, and the coastal areas will be frequently pestered by sudden pours of storms. If this situation continues every 25 hours, the survival of life on Earth will be unimaginable. What would happen if this plane were the moon? Not to mention the effect of other harsh elements on life, one flight of such a plane would bring 1/3 of the ocean's water to the land. If it flew around the globe for one time, the resultant hurricane would cause downpours to descend from sky and all the continents would be transformed into an ocean. Then will life survive? Therefore, the distance between the Earth and the Moon cannot allow the slightest deviation. Then who has designed so appropriate a distance? Undoubtedly, the design has been made with accurate calculation by superior life more intelligent than human being. 8. Great storms, typhoon, and thunder and lightning are deliberately choreographed. The occurrence of the great storms, typhoon, and thunder and lightning is due to the existence of the moon. Without gales, the convection of hot and cold airs on Earth will be impossible. The chilly and sweltering weathers will continue for longer spells. The clouds over the ocean will not drift toward the land and there will be no rain or snow. Without billows, there would be no gales. Without typhoon, the vapors over the ocean cannot be carried to the plains and the plateaus. Without thunder and lightning, the missing ozonosphere will not be replenished in a timely manner. As a result, ultraviolet radiation and other cosmic rays will shine directly on man. Everyone will suffer skin cancer. Without thunder and lightning, the air cannot be cleaned and countless viral bacteria will multiply uncontrolled. Man will no longer multiply and the Earth today will see no footprints of man. 9. The whole solar system has been set up especially for man. We can see, as mentioned above, the distances between the celestial bodies, the sizes of different celestial bodies, and their speeds of movement have all been accurately and meticulously designed and arranged in strict accordance with the scientific laws of the survival and development of matter, with not an iota of coincidence. Some people may argue the sun and the earth are extremely important to mankind, but the other celestial bodies in the solar system are just dispensable. Actually, this is not the case. Mercury, Venus, Mars, asteroid clusters, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are all set up to protect the Earth. They are the additional bodies of the Earth and obviously have been set up and arranged for man. A riddance of any heavenly bodies or a change to any factor will alter the orbit of the Earth and man will not survive on Earth. Life only exists on Earth in the entire solar system and there is absolutely no life on other planets because they are appurtenances of the Earth. To discover the secrets of the universe, astronomers have created countless space telescopes to observe the space all days and nights. This is too tiring a task. Actually, if only we are capable of calculating and thinking, we can calculate, starting from man's basic necessities for survival, the masses of the Earth, the Moon, and other celestial bodies, the distances between them, their orbits and speed. Without looking up into the sky, we can know what is there beyond Pluto and whether Uranus has satellites. When we come to know that there are superior life spaces apart from human society, we can infer the size and structure of the entire universe. When we are aware of this, we will discover that there are no superfluous galaxies and celestial bodies in the universe and that each has its function and position. Suppose we are in a highly democratic and developed country, we can infer from the clean and tidy streets that the country has a highly efficient urban sanitation management. From the size of the city and its population and the living standard and other factors, we can work out the number of dustmen in this city without counting them one by one from each street to lane. If the actual figure is one more than our calculation, it is for temporary replacement in case of the absence of one of the dustmen. 10. The Earth's skin aerosphere. The aerosphere occupies the space from the sea level to 1,000 kilometers above. 99% of the atmosphere is concentrated within a space of 40 kilometers from the surface of the Earth and above. The aerosphere is divided into troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, and exosphere according to the different chemical components within various altitude ranges. The range about 18 kilometers above sea level belongs to the troposphere. 99% of the troposphere consists of vapor. The climatic changes and natural phenomena of thunder and lightning, wind and rain, drifting clouds, evening or morning glow, and rainbows all occur in the troposphere. The atmosphere consists of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and 1% of other gases such as carbon dioxide, argon, and ozone. The aerosphere is the skin of Earth without which the Earth would be as bleak and desolate as the Moon, the Mars, and other celestial bodies. There would be no life on Earth. Then how did the Earth's skin come into being? Some may say the aerosphere only occurs naturally. Then why is there no aerosphere on the Moon and Mars? The proportions of different gases in the atmosphere are just right. The increase or decrease of the proportions of any gases would be catastrophic to life on Earth. For example, oxygen accounts for only 21% of the atmosphere. The absence of oxygen will mean the instant death of man and animals, and the reduced amount of oxygen will hinder the normal activities of man and animals. It is impossible to carry out normal activities on the summit of the Everest in Himalayas because of the scarcity of oxygen. The spacecraft must be equipped with adequate oxygen for astronauts to carry out normal explorative activities. If oxygen in the atmosphere accounts for more than 21%, the people and animals in the low-latitude regions may suffer poisoning, and the inflammables in the nature will be liable to spontaneous combustion. An iota of spark may trigger many things ablaze. Apart from moisture, sunlight, and carbon dioxide, plants also need a large amount of nitrogen oxide for their growth. If the content of nitrogen is less than 78%, no matter how often or on what scales thunder and lightning may occur, there won't be enough nitrogen oxide created for the absorption of plants on the surface of the Earth. The amount of carbon dioxide accounts for less than 1% of the atmosphere. The small amount of carbon dioxide is the core factor of greenhouse effect, which maintains the global temperature between -21 degrees and 14 degrees Celsius. Without carbon dioxide, the ocean will be frozen up and the plants will die out. However, with too much carbon dioxide, man and animals may die of poisoning and the temperature of the Earth may rise dramatically. We may ask, how did atmosphere and the accurate proportions within the atmosphere come about? We cannot always attribute the inexplicable phenomena to naturally formed as a matter of course, can we? Without the careful attention of the parents, can a person grow up naturally after he was born? Is the lighting electricity we use generated naturally? Does the plane weighing dozens of tons fly naturally in the sky? Can we naturally reap a bumper harvest by simply throwing some seeds on the ground without hoeing the weeds, fertilization, and watering? There is absolutely nothing involuntary in the universe, and everything is managed and manipulated by someone or some kind of wisdom. What are you suspicious about then? 11. The guardian of life ozonosphere. Up in the sky between the space 20 kilometers and 30 kilometers from the Earth's surface, there exists a sky-blue transparent sphere. It is the ozonosphere in the stratosphere of the aerosphere, which is the guardian of life on Earth. Without it, the cosmic rays, especially the ultraviolet emitted by the sun, will shine on man and animals without any resistance. As a result, 99% of man and animal will be inflicted with cancer, and 99% of man and animals will suffer cataract. The organism immune system of man and animals will be weakened. And any occurrence of contagious diseases like flu will wipe out man and animals in groups. Because of this, the Congress of Vienna in 1985 and the London Revised Conference in 1990 developed the resolution for human to protect the ozone layer. Why? First discovered by a German scientist in 1839, ozone is a relatively unstable light blue molecule composed of 3 oxygen atoms. The molecule of ozone mainly results from the photolysis of intense ultraviolet. The content of ozone accounts for less than 100,000th in the atmosphere. 90% of ozone is concentrated in ozonosphere, which absorbs and filters the ultraviolet radiation waves readily absorbable by the nucleic acid in the biological cells. ranging in wavelengths between 240 nanometers and 320 nanometers. These ultraviolet radiation waves will cause the above diseases and pose direct threat to the survival of life on Earth if they are absorbed by animals, plants, and man. Ozone and ozonosphere are protecting man, but the ozone inhaled by people near the ground is a harmful substance which is capable of damaging the lung tissues and the photosynthesis reaction system of plants. As a mighty photochemical oxidant, it can cause great damage to rubber, plastics, and the life of animal and plants. It can react with the hydrocarbon of automobile exhaust and volatile gasoline to generate the organic pollutants like acetaldehyde and ketone. In 1973, two scientists from California University discovered that CECS artificial substance can damage the ozonosphere while the refrigeration industry and aviation industry are creating ozone. The activities of human being are pushing himself to the brink of extinction. This has brought the concern of scientists and far-sighted political leaders. And this is why people should protect the ozonosphere while prevent the increase of ozone in the troposphere, especially within the Earth's surface. The ozonosphere also has other functions. For example, it can rub against meteorites in the space and burn and digest them in the ozonosphere, or the Earth will be littered with meteorites and the weight of Earth would not be the same today. The Earth would have fallen to the sun long before. I'm not here to discuss how to protect the ozonosphere, but to illustrate that the ozonosphere in the aerosphere has not formed naturally, that ozonosphere is not dispensable but has been carefully designed and arranged by the greatest creator. 12. The blood of the earth, water. Can we perceive the existence of the greatest creator through water? To answer this question, first we will have a look at the property of water, the functions of water, and the circulation of water. Water is composed of numberless water molecules which are made up of one oxygen atom and two hydrogen atoms. One side of water molecule, the side with hydrogen atoms, is the anode and the other side is the cathode. Since like charges repel each other but opposite ones attract, then anode of a water molecule is linked to the cathode of another water molecule. As a result, as long as they exist in the same place container, all the water molecules will be linked together and form the water that we commonly refer to because all the molecules have anodes and cathodes. Pure water is colorless, tasteless, and odorless. Its pH value is 7, neither acidity nor alkalinity. Water is the only substance in nature that can exist in three forms: solid, liquid, and gas. It has greater solubility than any other liquids. So water can transport the valuable chemical elements, minerals, and nutrition to plants, animals, and human body very easily. Water freezes and changes into solid state at 0 degrees Celsius and becomes boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius. When the surface of water is irradiated by heat, the water molecules on the surface can become vapor and changes into gas state. Water can absorb and disperse heat. Water has very strong surface tension. When the sun shines on the water surface, the heated water will evaporate and become vapor, which can continuously rise in the troposphere until the strong wind brings it to the distant sky over the land, where the rising warm air current from the heated land surface will force it to continue the ascension until it meets the cold air current. The temperature and the vapor content decrease dramatically in the troposphere with the increase of altitude. When vapor meets cold air current, it will revert to the state of liquid. When the temperature is cold enough, the vapor will change into minute crystals, particles, and form clouds when combined with dust, soot, and salt crystals. When these minute water granules combine to form larger water drops, they will fall to the ground in the form of rain as a result of the gravitation of the earth. Some of the falling rain returns to the oceans through the brooks and rivers, while some infiltrates underground to become groundwater. The groundwater can flow out to become surface water after hundreds of years and finally returns to the oceans. Some of the rain immediately changes into vapor after falling to the ground. The earth is a closed space of circulation for water. The total amount of water will neither increase nor decrease. Therefore, there will be no change in the total amount of water on Earth no matter whether it is absorbed by plants, animals, and humans, or it is used to wash the diapers, or has evaporated and risen up in the sky. Whether it has flowed into the sewage pipes or infiltrated underground. Perhaps the water molecule you are drinking was the water once drunk by Jesus or Sakyamuni or used to wash diapers by a mother. The total amount of water on Earth is 326,000,000 cubic miles, of which the ocean takes up 97.24%, glaciers and icebergs account for 2.14%. The groundwater accounts for 0.61%, and rivers only accounts for 0.0001%. Let's see whether there is the greatest creator in water accordingly. Without water, the earth is nothing but a desert with no life on. No matter how capable man is, he cannot create water. In addition, people would have long perished without water, let alone create water. That is to say, water on earth is created by someone who does not need water. Who can exist without water? Someone wise may claim, water is not created, it is something existed on earth since time immemorial. If this opinion is correct, we can be sure that the earth has neither past nor future but is timeless in existence. Then astronomers and scientists' assertion that the earth was born 4.6 billion years ago is purely a traveler's tale. Furthermore, since the earth has existed since time immemorial and the earth is only a small component of the universe, there will be no question of the birth of the universe, and the universe must also have existed since time immemorial. Since the universe has no beginning, then all the celestial bodies and galaxies in the universe must be timeless and eternal. So it is absolutely impossible for meteorites to fall on the earth. Otherwise, the meteorites may have fallen from nowhere. Now that meteorites have fallen on the earth, it means that changes have occurred in the space or certain celestial body has encountered disaster. The disaster that befalls on one celestial body will in turn affect the surrounding celestial bodies and trigger changes in other related celestial bodies. Thus, will some celestial bodies perish someday? Will some new celestial bodies come into being? If a celestial body comes and goes, then undoubtedly the earth can also come and go. If the earth has a beginning, it is impossible that the earth has possessed all the things now on earth from the very beginning. There must have been a process of generation and development. So, where does water come from? If we say that the water on earth has come into being naturally, then the following questions need to be answered. Why is water colorless, tasteless, and odorless? What if water has color, for example, if water is red or black? What if water has taste, for example, if water is spicy, sour, or astringent? What if water has smell, for example, if water emanates a fragrant or fishy smell? Why does water has a very powerful solubility? What will happen if water cannot dissolve the food we have eaten and the drug we have taken, if water cannot dissolve the red blood cells and white blood cells growing in the marrows, and if water cannot dissolve minerals, chemicals, and other nutritional substances? Why does the pH value of purified water stand at 7? What will happen if the pH value is smaller or greater than 7? Why does water have 3 states, gas, liquid, and solid? What will happen if water is only in the state of liquid and no gaseous or solid state? Will there be changes of climate on Earth if water cannot turn into vapor? Can we still see the blue sky, white clouds, morning or evening glows? If water cannot change into solid state at low temperatures and form a layer of ice on the lake surface to block the harsh cold, will the fish not be frozen to death? How much land will be left if the ice that accounts for 2.14% of the total water amount has melted into water? Why does the solid state of water have a smaller density than the liquid state of water? If the solid state of water has a greater density than the liquid state of water, the ice formed on the river surface will continuously sink to the bottom, and the rivers, lakes, and oceans will all be changed into solid ice. When will the heat of the sun melt the ice? Will there be life if all the fishes, shrimps, and turtles have been frozen? Why does water have a powerful function in absorbing and releasing heat? If water cannot absorb heat, the temperature of the equatorial areas in summer will be too high for man and animals to survive. The heat of the engines in our automobiles will not be carried away by water, and the pistons will be stuck inside the cylinders because of the heat expansion. If water does not have powerful heat dissipation, the temperate zone, especially the coastal regions, will be terribly cold in winter, and the heat in the engine will not be released. Why does water boil at 100 degrees Celsius? If water does not boil at 100 degrees Celsius but at 20 degrees, many rivers, lakes, and oceans will have become a steaming pot where we can get boiled fish directly from. If water does not boil until it reaches 150 degrees Celsius, it would be impossible to boil food with ordinary pots, and it would be impossible to have food cooked at altitudes higher than 3,000 meters. Why does water have very strong surface tension? If water does not have very strong surface tension, how can it be absorbed by the root systems of plants and enter the venations of trees to bring nutrition to leaves and fruits? How can it move inside the capillary vessels of man and animals and transport nutrition to the surface layer of skins and the internal organs? Well, so much for the water subject. Just imagine. If water is not created by the greatest creator through careful arrangement, is it possible for the nature to create water with the above special functions? 13. Cheap and good daily necessity, salt. When I was a child, I used to see a woman with an extremely large neck in our village. Each time I saw her, I would involuntarily throw more glances to her. Later, I asked my grandma, why is her neck so big? Grandma replied, according to doctors, because she did not have enough iodized salt. When I was young, there were a fairly large number of imbeciles in the two neighboring villages. I asked my father, why are there so many retarded people in those two villages? My father responded, possibly because they have had too much salt from Bayan Gully. Allow me to have a few words about my hometown here. I spent my early childhood in my hometown where the Yellow River and Daxia River met. My family had a garden and orchard where I could look westward at the spectacular view of Yellow River falling from the sky, which glittered in the sunshine. Northward, across the river, there were the beautiful scenes of Wangjia Mountain and Wangjia Plain, and the flocks of horses, cattle, and goats on the shoals. In the south, the wire-pulled boats and the sheepskin rafts were ferrying passengers across Daxia River. In the east, cascades of houses were shaded and embraced by green trees. The two springs near the village were warm in winter and cool in summer. All through the year, clear and sweet water flows from these springs, and I grew up drinking the water from them. Everyone thinks that his hometown is the best, but my hometown was extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, my hometown has now become the territory of Dragon King. The building of Lujiaxia Reservoir has created tremendous wealth for the 5 provinces and autonomous regions in northwest China, but at the same time sacrificed my hometown. The building of the motherland needs everyone's sacrifice, and this is very reasonable. But what remains to be depressing is, dear motherland, you have forgotten the people who have dedicated their homeland. I was barely a teenager when I left my beloved hometown and migrated to a new place, which was intersected with ravines. There was barren soil, endless desolation, and no more beautiful sceneries. What remained were the primordial scenes of struggling for survival. My uncle had to leave for other places with my cousins and beg for food. These scenes are still vivid and fresh in mind, and each time I recall, my tears will run on my face. Motherland, can't you make some compensation for your faithful children who have sacrificed for you? Yes, you can, and you did. Every time you only gave us a set of selected works of Mao Zedong for consolation. Your representatives came 5 times, so our family got 5 sets of selected works of Mao Zedong. The spiritual power is infinite and the force of example is immense. But you have overlooked the fact that we are merely ordinary people. Even if you have piled my house and courtyard with selected works of Mao Zedong, we still need food and clothes, need to get merry. Motherland, have you ever thought of the life of those poor people who have sacrificed their homeland for you when you spent hundreds of millions RMB decorating the Chang'an Avenue? Now let me return to the topic. There is a deep gully called Bayan Gully near the 2 villages just mentioned. In the gully there flows a gurgling stream, not of clear spring water, but of salty and turbid water. In order to save a few coppers earned from selling eggs while having salt, the people there made salt from the water of Bayan Gully. The question whether the people in the two villages got retarded from eating the salt from Bayan Gully can be left to scientists. We can infer from the two examples that salt is extremely important to man. In human history, the salt business was very profitable. Salt merchants were the symbol of wealth. Countless fights and wars have broken out between men for the control of salt origin and the channel of salt business. In ancient times, the soldiers were offered salt as a prize, and the laborers were also paid by salt. When salt became a rarity, it was more valuable than gold. Just as water and air, none of us can live without salt. Our daily food can dispense with any other seasoning, but not salt. Apart from water and air, salt is the most important necessity for life among natural resources. The main component of salt is sodium chloride. Rock salt, lake salt, saltbed salt, and sea salt may differ in their respective structures and composition. For example, the refined salt we usually purchase from stores is cubic crystal in structure, while the lake salt is polygonal crystal. The best salt should be sea salt made through the sunlight-caused evaporation of seawater. Such salt contains over 80 minerals needed by human body, including iodine, calcium, potassium, magnesium, aluminum, barium, chromium, iron, manganese, fluorine, zinc, nickel, copper, phosphor, and the like. Salt is not only a superior seasoning and preservative, but also the key substance to keep us healthy and vigorous. Salt can help the digestion of food and transfer the nerve impulses to muscle tissues. But consumption of too much salt will do damage to the heart and cause high blood pressure and overweight, as well as the decline of kidney function, the disorder of menstruation, and edema. The most important thing for life is air. Without air, man will die immediately, so there must be adequate supply of air to guarantee the viability of life. The second most vital thing is water. Without water, man cannot survive for long, so there must be a great reserve of water to keep life going. The third most important thing for life is salt. Without salt, man can survive for a longer time, but will die eventually of weak limbs and frail body. Therefore, it is also necessary to have a certain amount of salt in store, of which can be obtained with little effort. When we shop for salt, we will find that salt is lower priced in comparison with other goods. As for gold, pearls, and diamonds, they are only ornamentals for life and are not necessities, so they are scarce in amount and are not easily obtained. If the sea water is not salty, there will not be salt on earth. Since sea water is inexhaustible, so we will never be short of salt. Now let's see. For life in nature, the more important things are, the greater are their supply, the less important thing are, the smaller are their supply. Is this simply a matter of unconscious coincidence of nature? Or is a purposeful arrangement by some mysterious power? 14. Photosynthesis, the source of food for life. To survive, man needs not only air, water, and salt, but also needs to absorb nutrition, mainly carbohydrate. Where does carbohydrate come from? It comes from photosynthesis. What is photosynthesis? Photosynthesis is a process of converting sunlight energy. Photosynthesis neither can any other animals. Photosynthesis mainly occurs within green plants. Therefore, man must live on green plants. Photosynthesis can be briefly described as follows. When sunlight shines upon the leaves of plants, it will be captured by chlorophyll in the cells of leaves. The light energy captured by chlorophyll will decompose the water entering the leaves via roots into hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen will be released through the pores on the leaves, while hydrogen will be kept within leaves and will react with carbon dioxide entering the leaves via pores on the leaves to form carbohydrates. The vigorous carbohydrates will spread in the plant cells through veins and enable the absorption and growth of plants. The most common type of carbohydrate is glucose, which will combine with nitrogen to form amino acids, proteins, and nucleic acids needed by life. Nitrogen is carried inside plants mainly through the water absorbed by the root systems of plants. Because of photosynthesis, part of carbohydrates formed inside the plants will be supplied to plant itself, and the rest will be stored in the leaves and fruits. Man and animals absorb carbohydrates by consuming the leaves and fruits of plants. Carbohydrates are compounds composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen atoms. Sugar, glucose, and fructose are simple carbohydrates, while starch and cellulose are more complex carbohydrates. The molecules of simple carbohydrates have only a few carbon and hydrogen atoms, while the molecules of complex carbohydrates have many carbon and hydrogen atoms. In terms of sources, all the food we eat originates from photosynthesis. Without photosynthesis, there would be no humans. Some people argue I do not rely on plants and can survive only on poultry and domesticated animals, so I don't need the photosynthesis of plants. The problem is without the photosynthesis of plants, there would be no poultry and domesticated animals because they rely on plants for survival. Of course we can survive by eating fish, but fish also live on the photosynthesis of algae and some indigenous microorganism. From the point of nature, the only living things capable of making food are plants. Animals and men are not capable of making food themselves because animal body and human body do not have the element for photosynthesis. In addition to providing food for itself, animals and man, the photosynthesis of plant has a tremendous function, the absorption of carbon dioxide and the release of oxygen. If plants do not make oxygen, animals and plants would have died out long before. If the plants do not absorb the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere will exceed the constant, and greenhouse effect will aggravate, and the temperature of the earth would be too high for man and animals to survive. Do you think that the photosynthesis of plants begins and happens incidentally? 15. Symmetry in nature, mysterious and great power. Look into the mirror. You step forward, the person in the mirror steps forward. You move backward, he does the same. You smile, so does he. You raise your leg, and so does he. Take the mirror as tangent. You and your image in the mirror have formed symmetry. If an object is cut in halves vertically from the midpoint and the left and right sides completely overlap each other, then this object is a symmetrical object. Let's look at the microscopic and macroscopic world, and we will discover that the galaxies, the solar system, the Earth, man, birds, tigers, fish, frogs, roundworms, flies, crickets, leaves, fresh flowers, butterflies, shells, eggs, seeds, cells and so on are all symmetrical objects. Tornadoes, vortexes, diamonds, crystals, apatite, pearls, hairs, water droplets, the orbits of celestial movements and helixes and others are all symmetrical. Among the Arabic numerals of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, the odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are symmetrical with the even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. The number of men is symmetrical with the number of women when considered in a larger timescale. Symmetry is omnipresent in the universe. Without symmetry, there would be no universe. Why does the protruding rafter rot first? For the protruding rafter destroys the symmetry. Why the Leaning Tower of Pisa looks uncomfortable? For it has lost its symmetry. Why some people are called the handicapped? For they lack symmetry. Why was the World Trade Center of America got bombed? For America has become exposed rafter that unsymmetrical with other countries. Why was Falun Gong suppressed? For it was not symmetrical with the Chinese culture then. Why have many ancient civilizations in human history have declined? For they have lost symmetry. Why monsters and demons are frightening? It is because they are unsymmetrical. Why the works of some artists look disgusting? It is because their works lack symmetry. Why some buildings appear unsafe? It is because these buildings are not symmetrical. Why are some people irascible? It is because they are psychologically unsymmetrical. Why are corrupt officials punished in the end? It is because their mentality is not symmetrical with those of the common people. Why are meteorites frequently seen in the sky? It is because these celestial bodies have lost their symmetry. Why did the emperor hang himself? It is because his existence was unsymmetrical with the situation of the time. Why does tranquility make one feel comfortable while turbulence makes one feel nervous and upset? It is because tranquility is symmetrical but turbulence is unsymmetrical. Symmetry is a kind of harmony, perfection, aesthetics, and order. Why beauties are intoxicating? Why fresh flowers are pleasing to the eye? Why the music of moonlight of spring river is so soothing? Why do the sculptures of great masters make appealing to us? Because they are harmonious and perfect, providing people with enjoyment of beauty. Try to think. If a girl's left eye is larger than her right eye, her mouth is a bit oblique, only 4 fingers on her left hand, 8 toes on her right foot, and her left leg is shorter than her right leg, how would you feel? Man is inclined to symmetry. Outstanding artists, painters, sculptors, musicians, and so on, architects, and political leaders are all experts on symmetry. Whoever understands symmetry understands the mystery of nature. Whoever has mastered symmetry will do things with ease and skill. A mature man is a psychologically symmetrical person, while a whimsical, eccentric, irascible, testy, and tempestuous person is no doubt psychologically unsymmetrical. Symmetry is perfect, asymmetry is defective, symmetry is long-lasting, asymmetry is transitory. The reason for me to discuss symmetry here is to find out what power has made all things in nature symmetrical and why people are innately inclined to symmetry. Symmetry is a surface phenomenon, behind which is a mysterious and great power. The power controls in the form of symmetry to any overdevelopment and inharmonious kinetic energy and potential energy. Why does man have only 2 eyes instead of 3? Why is the earth round? Why does the dog tail grow on its rear body? Why are the wings of butterflies and the wings of birds identical? Why do people dislike ugly things? Scientists will certainly seek answers from the characteristics and structures of particles like atoms, electrons, protons, neutrons, and photons, which were proved in vain. For they could not explain the balance and symmetry for both sexes and why man does not grow a tail. So far, can we feel deep within our subconscious selves that a super wisdom is in control of all beings? If so, who is this super wisdom but the greatest creator? 16. Golden mean, perfect proportion. In 1996, I discovered hundreds of species of conchas in the marine products market by the seaside of Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania. Those shells were incomparably and unimaginably beautiful. The spiraling structure of the whelk, in particular, will dwarf the best works of any architect. Is the brain of a shell creature more advanced than that of a man? Later, by observing the flower discs of sunflowers, I discovered that the arrays of seeds in the discs take spiral shapes whether they are seen leftward or rightward, and that the seeds are not crowded upon each other no matter how many seeds there are in the discs. I figured the ancestors of sunflowers must have had college education or have obtained doctoral degrees, otherwise how could their offspring have ever thought of so perfect a sequence of arrangement? Then, by observing the arrangement of the celestial bodies in the solar system, the size of the earth, and the arrangement of human body and plants, the arrays of branches and leaves of growing plants, the arrays of different petals, the sizes of various insects, and the arrangement of their trunks and legs, and the arrangement of 5 sense organs, 4 limbs, and torso of human body, and so on, I discovered that everything in nature has a certain proportion which is not controlled by an organism itself but predestined by heaven, namely, there is a mysterious power that controls the development direction of an individual organism. Take man, for example. Please open your hand. Why are there only 5 fingers on the palm? Why is the mid finger longer than the other 4 fingers? Why the thumb does not stand in line with other 4 fingers? Why is the total length of the 3 knuckles of the little finger rightly the total length of 2 knuckles of the ring finger? Why does the thumb have only 2 condyles while all other 4 fingers have 3? What will happen if the little finger is longer than the middle finger is shorter than the index finger, or if the middle finger has 1 more knuckle and is 2 centimeters longer than the index finger and ring finger? We can raise thousands of trillions of questions. For example, why has the height of man remained at about 1.73 meters for thousands of years? Why are the eyes of mice so small and the eyes of horses so large? Why cannot grass grow up into towering trees? Why does the size of man's penis match the depth and width of woman's vagina? So on so forth. As long as we examine a question thoroughly, we will have to admit that behind every phenomenon there is a mysterious power or enigmatic principle governing everything. There is a harmonious proportion between everything, for example, the galaxy, solar system, the earth, the moon, man, dog, bird, tree, grass, insect, bacterium, and so on. There are harmonious, appropriate, and insurmountable proportions between the different parts of everything. For example, the size of human body and its proportions with eyes, head, mouth, arms, legs, 5 internal organs, and blood vessels. Proportion is the greatest creator. That is to say, the various proportions are arranged by the greatest creator. The wisdom of the greatest creator is boundless, just like the circumference ratio pi, which is endless, enigmatic, and forever infinitely informative. With the discovery of circumference ratio, man has realized the greatest creator's extensive and profound wisdom and the endless mystery of the material world. Man cannot but feel thrilled and enthralled by the wonder and profundity of Mother Nature, spellbound by the infinite future of life and fascinated by the wonderful future. Man's wisdom is also endless. Man has discovered another secret imaginary number I, the square root of -1. Does -1 have a square root? The rule sign of multiplication is 2 positives make a positive and 2 negatives also make a positive, and the square of any number is a positive number. Then the square root of -1 does not exist at all. Now that the square root of -1 does not exist, why is the concept of imaginable number introduced? When science enters the period of quantum mechanics, even Einstein became puzzled because he thought that the universe is orderly and that the future development and changes of anything are predictable as long as the current status is known. However, quantum mechanics put forward the theory that accurate measurement is impossible. The more accurate the measurement of the position of a small particle, the less accurate the measurement of its speed, and if the speed of a small particle is accurately measured, the measurement of its position will not be accurate. Is it so? What is the expression of wave function of quantum mechanics? Without imaginable numbers, there would be no complex plane. Without complex plane, there would be no complex number. Without complex number, wave function cannot be expressed. When we probe deeper into the microscopic world, we will see that the seemingly illusory imaginable number has actually reflected natural laws. The illusory thing, regarded as impossible by people, actually plays a critical role. Hence we come to realize that, instead of a question of existence or not, the illusory power of the greatest creator is actually a decisive factor which determines the development and change of everything. Hence we realize that there is imaginary number in addition to real number and that there is non-material world apart from material world. Hence we come to understand that in addition to the flesh of life there is a spiritual entity. And we come to understand that time is not only longitudinal but also transverse. That is, for material world time is longitudinal but transverse for the illusory non-material world. As far as man is concerned, the time of man's flesh is longitudinal with the past, the present, the future, the birth, and the death. But the spiritual entity of man is transverse, and at any point of time the spiritual entity can leave the flesh and enter the transverse time. The positive and negative numbers of the material world can form a function. Such a function has 4 quadrants areas. If we include the imaginary numbers into the function, we will have a complex function. A complex function has 16 quadrants areas. Ask yourself, please, which quadrant is my life in at present? The main purpose of this section is to explore the proportions in nature. Of all the proportions, people have found a special proportion, golden mean, another secret of nature after the circumference ratio pi and the imaginary number I. Then what is the golden mean phi? Take human body for example. If the ratio of height and the length from sole to navel equals the ratio of sole to navel and from navel to top, then the proportion is golden mean. What's the proportion? The ratio of golden mean is
1.61880339887489484841. Let's look at another array of numbers. 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610. The above figures have a feature, that is, a number is just the sum of the previous two numbers. If each number of this array is divided by the number before it, we can derive the following numbers: 1, 2, 1.5, 1.666, 1.6, 1.625, 1.61538, 1.619, 1.6176, 1.61818, 1.61797, 1.61805, 1.61802, 1.61803, 1.61803, 1.61803. If we continue the process, the value tends to be 1.6180339887498484821. What is the point of this value? It contains unlimited meanings. One of them is beauty. Why are the conchas mentioned earlier in this section incomparably beautiful? It is because they have developed according to the ration of golden mean. Why are flowers so pleasing to the eyes? Because they have grown according to golden mean. Why don't the seeds of plants fight with each other? Because they are arranged according to golden mean. Why do some people look so pretty? Because every part of their figures reflects golden mean. Why can musical instruments play melodious tunes? Because the chords of the instruments and the melodies approximate golden mean. Why do some architectures look so harmonious and comfortable? Because the layout of these buildings have been designed according to golden mean. Will you think it is beautiful if a person has the neck of a giraffe, the eyes of a mouse, or the arms longer even than those of an ape? Will it be harmonious if an 80-meter building is built among the 8-meter houses, or if a 5-meter bungalow is built among clusters of high buildings? People growing up in the countryside know that if all villagers live in low bungalows and someone builds a 3-story building on a whim, this person is sure to suffer bad luck. Why was America's World Trade Center blasted off? Seemingly it was destroyed by terrorists, but actually the destruction has something to do with its height. Similarly, if you live in a bungalow in an area surrounded by high buildings, you will feel depressed, and you and your children will have little chances of development. We often see judges give scores for contestants on television. The final score for Zhenyumei is after crossing out the highest point and the lowest score. Why should the highest and lowest scores be crossed out? It is because they are problematic, discordant, and extreme. Things always reverse themselves after reaching an extreme. Everything must develop within a certain proportion and must be agreeable with its surroundings. If the range of proportions is exceeded, it is no longer beautiful and harmonious. What is harmony? Appropriate proportion is harmony. What is beauty? Appropriate proportional array is beauty. Golden mean is the most harmonious and most beautiful of all proportions. The development of everything is controlled by proportion. America should help the poor countries if it wants to become the world power. It should not be overly powerful, otherwise it will be punished by natural laws. A poor and backward nation should strive forward, otherwise it will perish. This is also the case with human being. If the population has increased to such an extent that it has lost harmony with the number of plants and other animals, there will be no way to sustain the continuous growth, just like a rapidly growing branch of a tree.
If the branch does not break off, it will pull down or even uproot the tree. Since there is a mysterious power or law of nature to govern the harmony of proportions, the exploding population will certainly be controlled. If man can exercise the control by himself, so much the better. If population cannot be brought under control, then the power of nature will play its role. For example, wars, earthquakes, flood, fire, plague, famine, and turidity can all play their roles in reducing the population. Isn't the outbreak of SARS in 2003 an alarm bell knocked by nature for mankind? Proportion is a mysterious power in nature that controls the development and changes of everything in the universe. Who but the greatest creator has formulated this proportion? 17. Brain, epitome of the universe. All the material wealth created by man is a realistic reflection of man's brain. Man's thinking, memory, speech, and actions are all attributes of human brain. That a society can be organically united to accomplish a goal is also the result of brain activity. All Nobel Prize winners and great men in history distinguish themselves from others because they have made full use of their brains. Scientists are still far, far away from uncovering the mystery of brain, although they have made intensive researches into the brain in the fields of neurology, anatomy, biology, biochemistry, and electromagnetism, and have had detailed explanations for the structure of brain and functions of different components. It can be said that man is still at the infancy as for the understanding of the brain. Our knowledge of the brain is comparable to the part of an iceberg above the water, and what remains unknown can be likened to the gigantic mass underwater. Like the mystery of the universe, the mystery of human brain is a non-repeating infinite circumference ratio. Although we have known that the brain consists of 10 billion brain cells and 10 trillion interacting nerves, that the nerve network of brain is 10 miles long and can process a billion units of information per second, and that the memory capacity of brain is 1.2 million times that of a large-scale computer, the brain, which accounts for 3% of body weight, has still unlimited contents. The brain is the epitome of the universe, and the laws of the brain match the laws of the universe. The brain is the epitome of the greatest creator's wisdom. The brain contains all the wisdom of the greatest creator. The brain is the epitome of time. The brain owns the information on the changes of the universe over several billions of years. The brain is a processing factory which can create things out of nothing and can transform the universe. What is imaginable in the brain can all turn to reality. The brain's potential is unlimited, therefore man's future is also unlimited as long as man does not go to extremes but keep in line with the greatest creator. The brain is a supernatural place. Each neuron of the brain is not in direct contact with each other. The information between neurons is transferred by neurotransmitters, which is chemical in nature. However, within the neurons, the transmission of information is through electrical impulse. When we open up a neurocranium, what we can see are only things in biological senses. We cannot help asking, where's the memory kept? Where's the thought kept? How does man's thought come into being? Where is man's memory stored? How does the brain process the large amount of complicated information? Why can man make spacecraft and land the moon while a donkey cannot make even a small cart to carry fodder? Don't people say that all the creatures are in the process of evolution? The brain is not only capable of imagery thinking but also capable of abstract thinking. It can not only learn but can also practice. It can associate closely not only with the material world but also with the non-material world. Most of the scenes in our dreams are not absolutely the real image of the contemporary time-space, but the scenes in the past or even future time-space, or even the real image of another time-space. How does the brain work its way out? How do our sensibilities such as joy, anger, sadness, merriment, panic, trepidation, and yearning occur? How does the brain distinguish and correctly handle them? How do we instantly recognize the tastes of sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, and saltiness? How does the brain react to them? We have the senses of pain, itching, tingling, sore, swelling, acerbity, slippery, jumping, hard, soft, cold, heat, cool, and warm. How does the brain recognize these senses and pass on the information to related department? The love between man and woman is intoxicating. We are ecstasy when sexual excitement reaches climax. How does the brain perceive these and respond? How does the brain come into being if it is not the careful design by the greatest creator? Can such a fantastic and intricate structure take shape naturally? Can it have evolved from a single-celled microorganism? 18. Gene, a 18. Gene, a sealed book of life. Gene is a structure and mansion of life. It is the general term for the special nucleotide sequences with genetic effect in DNA molecules. The resemblance of children to their parents is caused by the reproductive function of genes which pass on the genetic information to the next generation. The different gene structures account for why the white race is white race, black race is black race, yellow race is yellow race, dog is dog, and rose is rose. Gene constitutes part of DNA deoxyribonucleic acid and accounts for only 2% to 4% of total mass of DNA. A molecular chain composed of phosphate and sugar, DNA is double helix in structure, namely two mutually stranded helixes of molecules connected in the middle by the crossband called basic group. Scientific studies showed there are about 30,000 human genes, each gene possessing 14 different versions on average. Human genome contains about 42,000 gene versions. The birth, growth, decline, and death of life is regulated by genes. Over 8,000 known human diseases are related to genes. The natural healing of the wounds in animals and plants is the result of genes' endeavor to retain their own perfect structures. Scientific exploration and research showed that there are 1 trillion cells in human body and that in each cell there are 23 pairs of chromosomes and in each chromosome there are 30 billion base pairs. If all the chromosomes in the human body are linked head to tail, the total length will be more than 600 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun. If all the information of a chromosome is written down, it will fill up a 200,000-page phone book. The difference of chromosomes between individuals is only 0.1%. The comparison of the gene sequences of any two individuals reveals that 99.9% of the gene sequences are the same. The differences between the billions of people on Earth today are attributed to the 0.1% gene difference. What functions do the majority, 97% of chromosomes within the human genomes have remains a mystery. Gene is a sealed book of life. Human Genome Project has involved the top science and technology talents and most advanced technological equipment of America, England, Japan, Germany, France, and China. After more than a decade's hard work do we finally see the basic framework of the mansion of life, Gene. However, it seems to me that we have only understood 0.1% of 0.1% of the functions and secrets of other structures in this basic framework. Shouldn't we think that gene is the fruit of the wisdom of the greatest creator? Can such an intricate structure come into being without the greatest creator? Some people would stick to their theory of natural happening. Then please tell me what happening naturally means. 19. The wonder of the great variety of life. Exhibiting its fantastic luster, life of myriad forms as far as one can see is presented everywhere from the tropic zone, temperate zones, frigid zones, to north and south poles, from plains and canyons to precipitous cliffs, from the underground, the Earth's surface to the sky, from small creeks and ponds to rivers, lakes, and oceans. With their insignificant sizes but astronomical numbers, bacteria, actinomycete, epiphyte, microzyme, lactobacillus, viruses, and other microorganisms present a dazzling world of life under the microscopes. 1 million species of insects are exhibiting a gorgeous and bizarre world of life. More than 9,000 species of birds are flying in the sky. They agile and flexible and valiant, bearing and varying beautiful shapes, have inspired us to yearn for freedom and future, causing our thoughts to soar to the distant horizons. Countless fishes, shrimps, shell creatures, and other marine animals have constituted a fantastic and unimaginable underwater kingdom of life. We marvel at and are amazed and puzzled by hundreds of thousands of large terrestrial animal species with widely differing means. Rushing or leaping, running or climbing, they exhibit their strong and vigorous bearing and their respective skills for survival. With the change of seasons, more than 100,000 species of flowers vie with beautiful girls in their riotous profusion of colors, enchanting and attractive. From the creepy lichens to the tall and straight redwoods, from the float grass swaying in the wind to the meandering kudzu vines, from medlar to loquat, from mulberry to coconut, the magical forms of the vegetable kingdom are so wonderful that they excel the work of nature. We cannot help asking, how did the riotous profusion of wonders of life come into being? Without tissues, organs, brains, and hearts, how can those single-celled monads capture and digest food, excrete feces, move freely, build houses, and have sex? Who has equipped insects with armors? Who has armed the birds with wings? Who has covered the beautiful clothes for flowers? Who has equipped man with heart? Who else but the greatest creator? 20. The protection mechanism of life, conditioned reflex. What is conditioned reflex? It was a rainy autumn day in 1980. I was looking out of the closed window of a classroom in the Geological Technical School of Zhangjiago. Suddenly a classmate called Chung Hongfu from Sichuan mischievously spitted at me from outside the window. Subconsciously, I stepped backward, closing both eyes instantly. This chain of reactions triggered the burst of laughter of Chung Hongfu, who said jestingly, "Monitor, what a coward you are. The window is closed. How can I spit on your face?" I said I did not realize that the window was closed. Do it one more time and I will not react. I moved closer to the window, thinking that since the window was closed and he could not reach me, I would remain calm even if he spitted blood to me. "Are you ready?" Before he had finished speaking, he had spitted to me. "Haha, Monitor, you closed your eyes again." My eyes indeed closed at that moment. Later, I tried a few times more. Still my eyes would not listen to my command. Every time he spitted, I involuntarily winked my eyes. Later at the classes of physiology and psychology, I came to know that this involuntary physiological reaction is called conditioned reflex. Pavlov even conducted an experiment on dog. The feeding of dogs was always accompanied by the ringing of bells. After some time, the dogs' mouths watered when they heard the bells, even before the food was brought in front of them. Why did this happen? It is because the ringing of bells has become a signal for food for dogs and a conditioned stimulus. The dog's prompt physiological and psychological reaction to the stimulus is called conditioned reflex. In the chapter, Drinking Wine and Rating the Heroes of the Novel Romances of Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao related a story to Liu Bei. "The green plums on the branch I saw just now in the garden reminds me of last year's fight against Zhang Xiu. We were running short of water through the long march then. The army could not put up with the thirst. Suddenly an idea came to me. There is a plum grove ahead," I cried and pointed with my riding whip. Having heard this and thinking of the sour green fruits, their mouths watered and they did not feel thirsty anymore. Because of the conditioned reflex, the troops of Cao Cao secreted saliva when hearing plums. There are endless examples of conditioned reflex. Poke at the crawling caterpillar with your hand or a stick and it will immediately curl up into a circle. The abnormal behaviors of animals prior to an earthquake, mimosas curling of leaves when touched, the palpitation of heart induced by a sudden sound at a quiet night, the contraction of muscles at the sight of a snake, the sneezes caused by the entrance of specks, the erection of penis and the secretion of lubricating mucus in the vagina when watching pornographic videos, the tightening of muscles and the flush of the face at the thought of one's enemy, the trembling of the mouth and the shivering of the body in times of fear and tension, the spontaneous resistance when encountered sudden attack, inexplicable twitching of the eyelids, flush of ears, palpitation, and twittering of muscles, all these are results of conditioned reflex. Why is there conditioned reflex in animals and plants? Whether we make explanations in the psychological perspective or the physiological angle, apart from the conditioned reflex acquired as second nature, the innate instinctive conditioned reflex can in no way be created by the plants and animals themselves. The function of conditioned reflex is mainly life's instinctive protection of itself in a subconscious instant reaction. Who has designed this? Who but the greatest creator? 21. The pleasure of sex is not only to carry on the family line. The core point of the pleasure-different sex is the orgasm of sexual intercourse. None of the first love, the adoration, the yearning, the dates, the caressing, and other emotional enjoyment can compare with the orgasm of sex. Then what is orgasm of sexual intercourse? To help us understand the feeling of orgasm between male and female, I have selected some sections from Kinsey Reports, Hattie Report on Sex, and especially Sex Codes China Reports. I am feeling like heaven. I have a blurry sense of giddiness, the thrilling and exciting warmth, fullness, humidness, and force. A sense of urgency, an irresistible sense of pulling. I feel extremely excited and short of breath. Meanwhile, I feel my head is lifting up as if in dream, the sound is vague and far, time seems still. Gratification, conviviality, excited, thrilled, I am beside myself with pleasure. I feel terrific as if I am at my best. I feel like awakening and a beginning of life. The feeling is incomparably wonderful. It is an ecstasy almost unbearable to human power. Charming. Surging blood. Carefree. Ecstasy. Orgasm. Unparalleled wonder. Intoxicating. Full of power. Incredible. In some aspects, arousal of sexuality offers me opportunity to transcend myself and wake up from the dense fog of daily life and existence. I feel as if I have left my flesh and my spirit, caring for nothing that normally seems extremely important to me. Wonderful feeling of caresses. I wish this could go on forever. My life is motionless, as if in a momentary eternity, feeling the intense combination of flesh in a state of ecstasy. A fantastic sensation. I myself is in another dimension which drifts and melts from the supporting point of my life. A raging flame, violent and engulfing everything. Extremely fantastic. A refreshing and irresistible orgasm is increasing to such an extent that an intense charge surges around the clitoris, just like a space-exploring rocket shooting up explosively. Then the charge radiate in the entire region of my pubes. At this moment, all other things have vanished from my consciousness. It seems that the inside of me is filled with enormous power. The wetness, the heat, and the intensity make me feel incomparably comfortable. During the whole process, all the raging wonderful feelings are radiating in the internal side of my legs. It seems that all things around me have ceased their existence. I am completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. By far I have not experienced a more wonderful feeling than this. This feeling is a complete immersion that has nothing to do with will and thought. It has completely conquered me, occupying my body. As for the overall effect of its destructiveness, the best word to describe this physiological feeling is madly carefree. The only feeling I can relate is certain form of overall stiffness and tightness and the indistinguishable internal explosion at the sexual organs. My body gradually tightens up. I feel as if I have reached the precipitous peak of perfect happiness, then I approach the plateau of ecstasy. I utter a sharp scream, glide past the crest plane of bliss, then I experience 5 or 6 fits of violent twitches and convulsions which are acute, vehement, and agitating in the beginning and becomes duller, slower, and milder. This is the orgasm in sexual pleasure. We can discover from the above description that the physiological and psychological feelings at the time of orgasm are the incomparable large charge and the consummation of beauty. No wonder Ban Gu commented in Book of Han Dynasty, Yiwen Ji, sex is the greatest of the feelings and is the natural principle. Sex is magical, mysterious, and supernatural according to Jared Diamond, a physiology professor at Los Angeles campus of California University, who said, "Human sex is weird. The pleasure of sex is so wonderful, so ecstatic and intoxicating that Freud has drawn the conclusion that the driving force of sex is the greatest power propelling the social development." Then who has created such a wonderful feeling of mankind? Is sexual orgasm also a result of natural evolution? Is sex pleasure purely for the purpose of carrying on the family line? A graduate student of Indiana State University, R. Stephen Howard said, "In terms of the energy needed, asexual reproduction is a more economical way to transmit genes to one's progeny." Then how did sexual reproduction come into being? Is sex pleasure simply for bearing children? The answer is negative. The prostitutes engage in prostitution are not to bear a child for the man of pleasure, and latter does not aim for the prostitutes to bear some children for them either. Human wisdom can make a master machine. Products can be constantly produced from a streamline. Then why cannot the greatest creator make a matrix that continuously produce offspring? The pleasure of sex is purely for the enjoyment of life, and this is the universal love of the greatest creator. As for the propagation of offspring, it is only the byproduct of the pleasure of sex. In addition, asexual reproduction will completely pass the diseases carried by the gene onto the future generation. Through the copulation of both sexes, the diseases carried by genes can be remitted or even eliminated. The advantage of crossbreeding is self-evident. Therefore, a race may go extinct without sex life. Thus, the pleasure of sex is the arrangement of the greatest creator. Sex life conforms to the decree of the greatest creator. Sex inhibition is a reverence for the greatest creator. We should have sex life and enjoy it too. Else sex life should accompany us to the other shore of life. It is unreasonable to suppress, inhibit, and destroy sex life because it is against human nature to do so. Why should we refrain what the greatest creator has created? There is no such thing as debauchery and dissipation in the matter of sex life. The more, the better. There is nothing reproachable about mu-zi-mei phenomenon. If Lin Daiyu in a dream of Red Mansion had experienced an orgasm, she would not have such a miserable ending. Does this mean that Lifechanyuan is against Christianism and Buddhism? The 7th precept of 10 Commandments is "You shall not commit adultery." Sections 28 and 29 of Matthew say, "But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell." In volume of Buddhist Surangama Sutra, The Stage of Bodhisattva Faith, the first rule is dry wisdom. Ananda, these virtuous men will dry up their sensual desire and disengage their organs from sense data. This withering of causes stops the growth of karma. The clinging mind is now empty and clear, being but unmixed wisdom which is perfect and bright by nature, illumining all worlds in the 10 directions. This realization of wisdom is called the stage of dry wisdom because they have cut off their sensual habits but have not yet entered the Tathagata's Dharma stream. Even if you have acquired wisdom and concentration, you would only degenerate into the devil's groups, higher-class fiend, middle-class demon, and lower-class hag. Your flocks of devils have also gathered a mob of followers, each claiming to have cultivated the heavenly way. After my cessation with the dominance of unorthodox laws, more and more such evil persons prevail in the world. They are greedy for lasciviousness and adept at knowledge. As a result, all mortal beings are addicted to secular love and lose the way to supreme enlightenment. Jesus is God and Sakyamuni is Buddha. Their profound wisdom is beyond us mortals, and their teachings are invaluable treasures to our life. Jesus instructs us in divinity. Following the supreme road of life guided by Jesus, we can enter the kingdom of the God. Sakyamuni enlightens us from the perspective of Buddhism. If we want to attain Buddhahood, we must break with lewdness, not only physiologically but also psychologically. Just like the teachings of Jesus, you have already committed adultery even if you only have harbored the lustful desire. Christianism is the religion of God and Buddhism is the religion of Buddha. The two religions have made indelible contributions to mankind. Through them we have come to know the road to supreme life space. It is the primary task of Lifechanyuan to make Jesus and Sakyamuni an integrated part of our life. If the path of human development is comparable to a 3-story building, then Christianism will be on the top level, Buddhism at the middle, and Lifechanyuan will be at the bottom. In terms of the level of life, Buddhism transcends human nature and guides people directly to Elysium world of the West, Elysium world in the 36th dimension space. To board this ship, one must go through dry wisdom. Ignorant as I am now, I have no idea which level of life Christianism will lead people to. Judging by Jesus' road to divinity and teachings, he will make an angel of everyone and lead them into the celestial world, the paradise of gods. In 12:18-25 Gospel of Mark, Jesus said, "For when they rise from the dead, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven." What is angel? Angel is the goddess and Buddha with divinity. Buddha is under the control of the power of Buddha, while goddess is the free, elegant, and magically powerful spiritual entity of high energy, second only to God. Christianity guides people to develop in the direction of goddesses, which conforms to Jesus' teachings. Only in this way can they have a definite development direction for life space. However, from the activities and pursuits of Christians, it seems that they are still clinging to worldly affairs, to the relations of parents, children, couple, and friends and relatives, and to private properties, which is unreasonable. In 14:26 Luke's Gospel, Jesus said, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Because if you don't hate them, you cannot become an angel." For angels, there is nothing like family love. We can see from the teachings of Jesus and Sakyamuni that the ultimate wisdoms are communicable. They have the same purpose. Buddhists are capable to determinately cut off all their attachments to worldly affairs, including the relations of father, mother, wife, children, brothers, sisters, belongings, status, reputation, and their own souls. They will commit themselves to self-cultivation and self-refining wholeheartedly. They are the real Christians. However, the so-called Christians may inspire the suspicion of crying up wine but selling vinegar. The direction of development for us mankind is the direction given by Jesus and Sakyamuni. The problem is, however, there is a vast ocean between man and angel, goddess, and Buddha. How can we sail the boat of life, tide over the tempestuous and turbulent ocean, and reach the ideal shore? If we can give up worldly pursuits and dedicate wholeheartedly to cultivation like the Buddhist nuns, monks, clergies, and nuns in the monasteries and temples, so much the better. Although it is extremely difficult to ascend to heaven at a single step, it will be worthwhile anyway. The problem is, can we do so? Let's just drop all other obstacles. How many of us can surmount the huge mountain of the pleasure of sex? I have still another question. Why should we surmount this huge mountain now that the greatest creator has equipped the structure of the pleasure of sexes inside us to enjoy the pleasure of man? The wonderful feeling of orgasm, the feeling of entering the paradise, the feeling of celestial being and intoxication, the release and proliferation of love, the standstill of time and space, the feeling of being blended into the universe, and the expectation to give up all worldly desire and stay forever at that time point, aren't these the highest realm of life we have been pursuing? Our ultimate goal is to become angels, goddess, and Buddha. It would be too difficult for ordinary people to jump from the starting point to the end point unless they are born with the wisdom of an angel, just like my granny, who was a vegetarian by birth. Not because of her personal preference, but because of her feeling of disgust at the smell of fish and meat. To enter the graduate school directly from primary school is a process of transcending comparable to the thorough remolding of oneself and reaching the peak of perfection. It is just too difficult. Then are there any smoother paths to the final success of becoming a goddess and Buddha? Yes, there are. Let's first arrive at the 1,000-year world, because the enjoyment of the pleasure of sexes will only affect our success of becoming a goddess and Buddha and does not prevent us from approaching the 1,000-year world. please look at the 1,000-year world of 36-dimension space. Although it is still hundreds of thousands of miles away from the kingdom of Goddess and Buddha, the 1,000-year world is after all the world with sublimated human nature. We can first arrive at the 1,000-year world before reaching the 10,000-year world and finally make it to the world of Goddess and Buddha, the Elysium world. This is comparable to a primary school pupil who pursues his education in the order of primary school, middle school, university, and finally the graduate school. Let's return to our topic. The pleasure of sex is the arrangement of the greatest creator and the favor he has granted to man. The greatest creator will not punish us as long as we are grateful to him and remember his grace when enjoying the pleasure of sex. I have seen the greatest creator from the pleasure of sex. Have you? 22. The masterpiece of the greatest creator, beauty of nature. When learning Introduction to Literature, we were told by the teacher we are surrounded with beauty. The reason that we have failed to discover beauty is that we lack the eyes to perceive beauty. In 1986, I went to Mandarin Duck Reservoir in Jinta County with my classmates of Lifechanyuan Education College. We got off the bus on the road from Lifechanyuan City to Jinta County. Just guess what my first impression is. I felt the beauty of relaxation and happiness for becoming part of Mother Nature because what met our eyes as soon as we got off the bus was the vast expanse of endless Gobi Desert. It seemed that we city dwellers had entered another world of wildness, wonder, remoteness, and vastness. All of us cried with one voice, "Wow, beautiful." How can we say that the Gobi Desert is not beautiful? When I climbed the Great Wall at Badaling during my study at Beijing Foreign Trade University, I saw the meandering Great Wall fly like gigantic dragon on the top of the undulating mountains. I felt a beauty of valiancy, unrestrained freedom, and flying. During my study at Zhangjiago Geology Technical School, I used to go climbing with my classmates. Standing on the mountain top and overlooking the wilderness with curling smokes beyond the Great Wall, I felt a beauty of serenity, leisureliness, composure, and ease induced by the picturesque natural scenery. When learning in Lanzhou Education College, I would sit by the Yellow River whenever I have the opportunity. Since I grew up by the Yellow River, I have a special love for it. Watching the surging and rolling river flow in its meandering course, I felt that my thinking has been carried to a remote place and I was filled with the aesthetic feeling of surging emotions and endless yearnings. In the small islands of Luanda, the capital of Angola, in the Bella port of Mozambique, on the beach of Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania, in Tianya Haijiao of China's Hainan Island, in the Cape of Good Hope of South Africa's Cape Town. Everywhere the azure sky and sea elicits in me an aesthetic sense of mystery, fantasy, eternity, and infinity. There is the world-famous Victoria Waterfall on the river of Zambezi between Zambia and Zimbabwe. I used to drive the 6-ton truck of Chinese Jiefeng truck to fetch water from there. Each time I approached it, I was overwhelmed by its tumbling heroism. Its vigorous momentum, mountain-shaking power, thunderous rumbling, and dragons soaring, and the numerous rainbows among the waterfall created a dreamlike aesthetic feeling of dauntlessness and unrestraint. Harare is a garden-esque city, and Zimbabwe is a green country. Here birds sing and flowers bloom all the year round. Everywhere you can see luxuriant and green foliages. For years I wandered about among the green mountains and rivers. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the trees, flowers, and grass are extremely beautiful. I have not been to prairie, but a dance I learned at middle school has always been lingering in my mind. The dance sings praise of the prairie of Hulunbuir in Inner Mongolia, the galloping courser, the herds of sheep, the drifting white clouds in the blue sky, and clusters of small flowers dotting the endless stretch of green land. In my imagination, the prairie is refreshing and intoxicating, and I long for it. The Gobi Desert, the mountains and fields, the rivers and oceans, the creeks and waterfalls, the blue sky and white clouds, the flowers, grass and trees, all are beautiful. The prairie in imagination is also very beautiful. The starlight across the sky, the morning and evening glows, the hovering eagles, the dancing butterflies, the grapes on the vines, the mouth-licking melons and fruits, the exquisitely carved dews, the frogs croaking, the insects' choruses, the birds twittering, the horses neighing, and even mirage, the nature is filled with exotic beauty everywhere. Nature is beautiful and man is more beautiful. I have not seen the 4 ancient beauties in China, neither have I studied it someone carefully. I have, however, appreciated numerous Western beauties from internet, especially naked beauties. I have been deeply influenced by Buddhism, Christianity, and Confucianism, but the beauties are so pretty that they cause the complete collapse of my moral defense line. The temptation of beauty is so powerful. It makes people intoxicated and thrilled. Sometimes I imagine them to be the painted skins, hua pai, in stories from a strange studio which will suck my marrow and blood, pull out my tendon, and skin me alive. I also know that a beauty of 18 is soft and tender. Her charm is as sharp a sword that chopped the ordinary man, although the man may look the same, unknowingly his marrow is sucked clean and dry. However, by nature I have a strange inclination for beauty which is so strong that I wish I were melted in. Shall we turn a deaf ear and blind eye to beauty? If beauty can cause our downfall, so can the beauty of nature. Aren't they the same? The earnest and tireless teachings of Jesus and Sakyamuni keep ringing in my ears. On the other hand, beauty is bewitching me with its irresistible force. I have been plunged into the deep misery and desperation. Why is this? I meditate, I repent, I hate myself, and I pity myself. What should I do? I cannot but look for the greatest creator, pleading for a definite answer. Who has bestowed the beauty for everything? If a man has no other purpose than mere survival, he will need nothing more than a kennel and a basin of pig's feed. Why should everything be given a beautiful look? I have finally got the answer. The beauty of everything has been created by the greatest creator who has intended us to enjoy the beauty of life. Now that the respected greatest creator of the universe has offered us beauty, what need is there for us to act against the will of the greatest creator and view beauty as a dreadful disaster? Then is Jesus wrong? Is Buddha Sakyamuni wrong? No, not at all. Honey is sweet, but if we cannot extricate ourselves from it, we may put our life and wonderful future at stake, which is quite unworthy. We have to listen to the painstaking advice of God and Buddha. Nevertheless, now that all beauty has been created by the greatest creator, we are entitled to enjoy beauty. All beauty should be shared and should not be privatized. Everyone is greedy and exclusive by nature. When he himself cannot possess certain beauty, he will try every means to decry beauty and prevent others from enjoying the beauty. I praise to you all the beautiful men and women, and through you, I praise the greatest creator. The internet beauties, for you the road to paradise and Elysium have been closed. Then let me lead you to the 1,000-year world. You have shown your beauty to the world and the public. You are not monsters, neither are you sprite. But remember, your beauty is given by the greatest creator. You should always remember the favor of the greatest creator and always feel indebted to him and love him. However, it will be another story if you do evils by your beauty. Beauty is the masterpiece of the greatest creator. The existence of beauty is the best evidence for the existence of the greatest creator. 23. The bright eyes, windows onto beauty. Of the 6 senses of vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, and telegnosis felt by the 6 sense organs of eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, vision accounts for more than 80% of our understanding of the material world. Although more than 80% of the knowledge of non-material world comes from the telegnosis, vision is the foundation for telegnosis. Thus eyes are called the windows of soul. Vision relies mainly on eyes. Although purely a material physiological structure, eyes can project the forms and movement of the boundless universe onto our brains, which enables us to survive effectively in the complicated nature. Without eyes a man cannot live effectively, without eyes the mankind cannot survive effectively. Then how do eyes come about? Is it possible that the miraculous and intricate eyes have evolved from a monad and developed into the fully functional and perceptive eyes of mankind? Man's eyes have 2 functions. One is the function of vision and the other is the function of aesthetics. The formation of vision involves an entire system of highly efficient image analysis structure. Strictly speaking, the objects we see are not the same objects, because a period of time has passed in the process from the perception of an object to the imaging of the object on the retina to the conceptualization of the object after being reflected to the brain by the nerve system. Although it lasts only several 10,000ths microsecond, theoretically the image in the brain is already not the image of the real object. For example, a flower we see may have withered after some time, but the flower in the brain is still the one originally reflected. For another example, when a relative of ours has passed away and is no longer alive, our brains still retain the lovely voice and happy countenance of the deceased. How does vision happen? Vision is a reaction to the stimulation of light energy of the eyes. An object will reflect the light from the sun or other light source. Via pupils and lens, the reflected light will fall on the retina for imaging to take place. Then, stimulated by light energy, the nerve cells on the retina will convert light signal into bioelectrical signal, which will deliver the vision information to the nerve center via optic nerves and finally to the brains. The brain's mechanism for analysis, judgment, and identification will form the concepts of the object's size, shape, and color and then pass on these concepts to the related departments of the body, ordering them to maintain a high vigilance and be ready to respond to emergencies. For the smooth running of such a complicated program, a man of supreme wisdom is needed to conduct perfect design of the eyes, just like the design of cameras by scientists. We can know that the eyes are designed by the greatest creator through the following passages. 1. What is visible to the eyes is only the visible light with wavelength ranging between 400 millimicrons and 760 millimicrons. Beyond this visual range, the world is completely different. The blue sky is no longer blue sky. Our eyes will be dazed by the variegated and weirdly colorful scenes created by the cosmic rays like infrared, ultraviolet, gamma ray, beta ray, X-ray, electromagnetic wave, and particle flux. In less than 10 minutes our nerve system will become turbulent and we will all go mad. Moreover, we may occasionally view spirit, immortals, goblins, devils, and monsters, paradise and hell, or even the thinking waves in other people's mind. Then we will not be able to behave like a man and enjoy the beauty of life in this muddy-headed and unrestrained manner. 2. Make the eyes possess the capability to resolve different colors. Within the photosensory cells in the cone of human eye's retina, there are 3 different photopigments which can respectively absorb the blue light with a wavelength of 445 millimicrons, the green light with a wavelength of 535 millimicrons, and the red light with a wavelength of 570 millimicrons. The mixture of the 3 lights in different proportions has created the great variety of colors. Our eyes possess the capability to distinguish the subtle shades of color, otherwise we will all be colorblind and cannot fully enjoy the infinite beauty of nature. 3. Make the eyes have a broad vision. Our eyeballs are only 24 millimeters from back to front, 23 millimeters from top to bottom, and 23.5 millimeters horizontally. The pupil of the eye is only 2.5 to 4 millimeters in diameter, but if we scan widely we can see the views within the scope of dozens of kilometers. How wonderful it is! If our eyes do not possess such a function and can see only a place the size of our eyes, our field of vision will be extremely limited, just like looking into a few meters ahead through the hole of a bamboo hole. We cannot see the wolf even if it is already beside us. We cannot discover the snake even if it has climbed beneath our feet. Won't that be a great trouble? 4. Make the eye possess stereoscopic vision. People often say we can see clearly at a glance. But can one see clearly with one eye? Try closing one eye and see if you can pull a thread through the needle's hole or if you can pour strong sulfuric acid accurately into a small test tube in the chemical lab. Therefore, it is important to have 2 eyes. 5. Make the eyes possess the function of winking. The eyes will wink every 2 to 8 seconds. Why do eyes wink? If the eyes remain open all the time, they will easily become dry and astringent and may attract dusts and bacteria. If this lasts for long, the eyesight will fail or even be lost. Through winking, the tears may be evenly distributed in the eyes to wet the cornea and conjunctiva, preventing the eyes from dryness and astringency, maintaining the luster of cornea, and cleaning the conjunctiva sac of dust and bacteria. See how considerate the greatest creator is. Make the eyes possess a mechanism of self-protection. The eye is an intricate, sensitive, and delicate organ which cannot be protected by relying on man's self-consciousness. Thus, the greatest creator has designed eyebrows, eyelashes, eyelids, and tears for protection. Growing on the protruding superciliary ridges, eyebrows ward off the dust and sweat from above like an umbrella, preventing them from entering the eyes. Eyelashes resemble bamboo curtains or two platoons of embattled sentinels who are always ready to keep away and block off the unannounced invasion of the enemies like dust and microorganism. Eyelids are like a loyal soldier guarding the frontier line of the eyes. Whenever attacked by foreign matters or shown by strong light, the eyelids will immediately close up and protect the eyes within them so that the foreign matter will not cause damage to the eyeballs or the strong light will not hurt the optic nerves. Whenever foreign matter or bacteria has invaded into the eyes, the tears from lacrimal gland will pour out and flush away the foreign matter. Meanwhile, the lysozyme and immunoglobulin in the tears will on the one hand inhibit the propagation and growth of bacteria and on the other hand will kill bacteria by decomposing the sucrose mortierolate existing in the cell wall and dissolving bacteria. Let's see how perfect the protection mechanism is. Is this a result of evolution? Ever since the moment man appeared on the earth, our eyes have possessed the above functions. Our eyes have never experienced evolution or retrogression. Our eyes have not gone through the gradual perfection and evolution. Apart from the above visual functions, eyes also have aesthetical functions. We can derive aesthetic enjoyment from bright eyes, talking eyes, amorous eyes, and leering eyes, and so on. I have ommed hundreds of schemes to adjust the size and position of the eyes to find out whether there exists a better design of the eye's size and position. For example, place the eyes at the top of the head, at the back of the head, or on the buttocks, or in the palms, or beneath the mouth, or exchange the positions of the eyes and the ears, or replace human eyes with the eyes of the horses or those of rats or frogs. It turned out that only the current size and positions of the eyes are just right, and any slightest changes or alterations will only lead to ugliness. Unbelievable? Just try it. We can see the greatest creator from our eyes and the magic and profundity of his wisdom. 24. The marvelous biological remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy. Let's first look at the following cases. Case 1. Huyen reported in 4 Flowers and 4 Dragons the story of 2 quadruplets. If one of the quadruplets catches a cold, the other 3 will surely have a fever. 3 brothers yawned in step with each other, with 3 little mouths opening simultaneously. They uttered ah sonorously as if proclaiming their manliness. Case 2. There is a report called the unexpected reunion of kindred, the details of which I cannot remember very well. It relates the reunion of mother and daughter after a separation of more than 4 decades. Under a strange combination of circumstances, the daughter was adopted by other people. So she took the foster mother for her birth mother, and indeed she did not know that she had a natural mother who was now old and lived alone, knowing nothing about her only child who had been separated from her since very young. A curious coincidence brought the daughter into an out-of-way alley where she coincidentally met with an old lady. Because she had accidentally helped the old lady, she was invited by the old lady into her humble hut where she accidentally saw a picture on the wall of the old lady when she was young. She was astonished because her foster mother had given her a photo which had been placed at the bottom of the chest for decades. The photo on the wall was the same as the one she had placed at the bottom of the chest. After talking with the old lady, she came to know that the old lady in front of her was none other than her own mother. The mother and the daughter felt both misery and happiness. Thanks to the mercy of heaven, the old mother had eventually found her daughter that she missed every day. Case 3. Dead body returns home. Reported that when the famous American actor Charles Cleveland died in 1899, he was buried in Galveston, Texas. The next year, a hurricane flooded the cemetery. The family of the deceased searched everywhere, but with no result. However, 28 years later, in September 1927, this magical coffin mysteriously reappeared. It drifted for 3,000 kilometers and arrived at the homeland of Cleveland, Prince Edward Island. Case 4. According to the omens of mice, house moving. After the World War II, Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Macy, who were in the film industry in New York, rented an apartment at number 80 Street of East Borough. One day, Mrs. Macy spotted from the window on the second floor that many mice were pouring out in full force from the house in the opposite, running out as fast as they could. Shortly after, the old lady living in the opposite house died of suicide. After the death of the old lady, the mice returned in troops to the house. Sometime later, a blonde dancing fashionably dressed girl moved in who was often accompanied by a young man. One day the flock of mice once again fled from the house. A few days later, this young man died of heart attack. After the death of the young man, the dancing girl moved out. Strange enough, the mice once again returned to their old home. A short time later, a young industrialist took residence in the house. After a period of peace, those mice left the house for another time. Mrs. Macy has a hunch that something unexpected might happen again. True enough, this young industrialist died of a plane crash. It is said that the house was built by a famous lawyer who suffered lunacy shortly after the building was completed and eventually killed himself by jumping into Hudson River. Case 5. According to the report of miraculous biological telesthesia, as early as last century, Professor Gregory of Edinburgh University had introduced an experiment of Barua. In the experiment, Barua divided the 50 snails into 25 pairs. Each pair was separated from the other pairs. After some time, the same letter was written on the shells of each pair of snails, and one of the pair was brought to America, the other still remained in Paris. Later, at a given time, the snail staying in Paris was stimulated with electric current. At the same time, the one brought to American also exhibited the same electric stimulation reactions. Well, so much for the example of remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy. Remote sensing. First, I'd like to make it clear that the remote sensing I am talking about is purely biological remote sensing, which is different from the electromagnetic wave remote sensing, sonar remote sensing, and geophysical field remote sensing applied in aviation, spaceflight, navigation, meteorology, mapping, global positioning, resources survey, environmental protection, disaster prevention, hydrology and geology, and archaeology. In the mythology, the legend of deification, there are two people with special ability, one called clairvoyant and the other clairaudience. Both of them possess the ability of sensing everything happens in Jiangxia's staging camp from far distance. The mice's behavior in Case 4 is an example of animals' remote sensing. The special ability of remote clairvoyance frequently mentioned in science of Qigong is also a kind of remote sensing. Then what is remote sensing? Remote sensing is a biological ability for gathering information on a given person or object or an area at a distance by receiving the thinking wave or electromagnetic waves they have sent out via directed thinking. Remote sensing is not a mysterious phenomenon, rather a resonant frequency. Just like a television channel that receives electromagnetic signals of live broadcasting transmitted by a TV station and informs us of the happenings in a different place, or like a radio which picks up the frequency of a certain radio station and broadcasts the clear voice of the announcer. Remote sensing is a natural phenomenon in the universe, but its occurrence is very unusual. Strictly speaking, the scenes described in science fiction are not sheer fabrications but a reality that has transcended time and space. Some people can accurately predict the future because they have actually mastered the technology of remote sensing. For example, the French Dr. Nostradamus, the eccentric Dorothy, Sakyamuni, and so on. The death of Russian Tsar Ivan by the end of the 16th century had been accurately predicted by 60 Russian prophets 12 days prior to his death. It is said that some people had given up the journey by Titanic for remote sensing its forthcoming disaster. There are a lot of prophecies in the Bible, the Quran, and the Sutra. Actually, these prophecies are a kind of remote sensing. My description of 36-dimension space is also a result of remote sensing. The explanation for the origins of the universe, man, and life is also only an apperception via telegnosis, an apperception that transcends time and space. The explanation does not result from the poor knowledge and logical reasoning I have acquired. Scientifically, my arguments and argumentations are not adequate, but I believe man will ultimately know that I am right. There are only a very limited number of people capable of remote sensing, just as there can be only several queen bees in a swarm of bees. The world will fall into chaos if everyone is capable of remote sensing. So I shall drop the topic here. If you are capable of remote sensing, it is your good luck. Telesthesia as a physiological phenomenon, telesthesia is an imperceptible physiologically transferred induction. The most special case is the lactation after birth. Take humankind, for example. No matter how plump a woman's breast may be, no matter how many sexual intercourses a woman may have, and even if pregnancy has reached 10 months, lactation will not occur as long as the child is not born. Only after a baby is born, the baby's need for milk will stimulate the physiological reaction and milk will begin flowing. In the same way, the tear duct will secrete tears only after foreign matter has entered the eye or emotions have fluctuated too greatly. Cases 1, 2, and 5 are examples of biological telesthesia. Remote sensing can be acquired through conscious cultivation, while telesthesia is an unconscious physiological behavior, a physiological mechanism, and a natural program designed by the greatest creator. For this, we will not say much. Telepathy is the universal phenomenon in the universe. Everything has telepathy. Strictly speaking, all activities of life forms are the result of telepathy. More accurately, all the phenomena we see are the result of telepathy. The macroscopic and microscopic universes are both the result of telepathy. Both organic substance and inorganic substance are capable of telepathy. Man, animals, plants, and insects have telepathy. Mountains, rocks, rivers, and weather all are capable of telepathy. The effective evidence for the telepathy of microscopic matter can be found in the fact that the famous Buddhist master Jinkong cited on many occasions the Japanese scientists' research on the crystal of water molecules when expounding on Mahayana's Sutra of Infinite Life. He said that when we said thanks and love to water, the arrangement of water molecules will be a very beautiful crystal, and that when we are hostile and indifferent to it, the arrangement of water molecules will be a chaotic assemblage. Hence, Master Jinkong told us that since human body is 70% water, as long as we show more care for water in our body, then the water molecules in our body will act effectively and will increase our health. We may be free from illness all our life. He went further to enlighten us that since 70% of the earth is covered by water, as long as we don't pollute the rivers, lakes, and oceans, the earth will not be inflicted with floods, inundations, droughts, and hailstones. Like the gravitation between everything, the telepathy between everything exists and occurs everywhere and at any time. The most obvious example is electromagnetic induction, sound wave induction, photoelectric induction, and so on. Now there are automatic doors in cities around the globe. The door closes when man leaves and opens when man approaches. Some street lamps will be automatically turned on when it becomes dark and will be automatically turned off when dawn breaks. Some anti-theft devices will automatically set off alarms when a person enters a security zone. The telepathy between life forms happens at every moment. The quadruplets in case 1, the other 3 will have a fever as long as one of them has caught a cold. When one yawns, the others will open their mouths simultaneously. It is also the case with twins and multibirths. There are different degrees of telepathies occurring at any moment between mother and daughter, father and son, lovers and enemies. The abnormal behaviors of animals before earthquakes, the pain of joints suffered by arthritis patients before the heavy rain, the frantic movement of insects before the storms, the suicidal behavior of plants like bamboos prior to a disaster, the sudden fidget and vexation experienced by people occasionally, all these are the results of telepathy. The day before yesterday, November 30th, 2003, I ran into a former colleague of mine. He has rented a luxury villa. He joyfully told me that in the courtyard of the villa there were 4 rows of grapevines as long as 30 meters. He told me that the house owner said these grapevines had not produced grapes for many years. After he lived in the villa, he watered the grapevines every 3 days, applied fertilizers, hoed up weeds, and dug up the soil. Now the grapevines are heavily laden with grapes. He said that he could earn a handsome sum of money from grapes alone. He also said excitedly, plants will repay when they get enough care and protection from human. This is also a kind of telepathy. In front of the window of the master bedroom in my yard there is a tree whose name is unknown to me. It blooms the small white and purple flowers. Each time when the tree is in full bloom, it will be covered all over with the flower petals which emanate a strong fragrance. This year the tree has flowered 1 time before the rain season. At the time I stood in front of the flowers, muttering to myself, these flowers are so beautiful and fragrant. How wonderful it would be if the tree is in bloom every day. It would be very good if the tree can flower for many more times every year. It never occurred to me that 3 months later, the tree was in flowers once again. I asked the gardener Gift, who had worked in this compound for nearly 10 years, whether this tree would flower twice every year. He replied, no, it flowers only once every year, and I don't know why it has flowered twice this year. Suddenly I realized that it was my wish that had prompted it to flower one more time. I felt very guilty. This is a flower tree with great spiritual nature. To satisfy my private needs, it has overstretched itself against the law of nature. It must have tried hard. The second time, the flowers have so faint a fragrance that one can hardly smell it. This is the result of overspending. I made apologies in mind. Flower tree, I am deeply indebted to you for your kind-heartedness. I understand you now. Please don't overdone yourself again in the future. Meanwhile, Lifechanyuan will try its best to protect you and all the flowers, grass, and trees. You are silently dedicated to mankind, flowering to beautify the environment, bearing fruits for people to savor, afforesting to conserve water and soil, exhaling oxygen and inhaling carbon dioxide to purify the environment, photosynthesizing to create nourishment carbohydrates for man and animals. Without you there would be no insects, animals, and us humans. You are the foundation on which life depends. Lifechanyuan will make it its tenet to protect the life of all living things. We humans should no longer be arrogant, conceited, and ungrateful. There is telepathy between plants and man, and there is also telepathy between man and gods. I have a friend whose father was nearly 80 years old. He was kind-hearted, amicable, and genial. He was very healthy in Zimbabwe. But there was a period he was vexed and troubled, insisting on returning home, his homeland in China. My friend had no choice but to send him back to his old home. Very soon, the old man passed away while asleep. Why did the old man feel anxious and eager to return home when he was enjoying very good health and life in Zimbabwe? This is the beckoning of gods. Although without knowing, the old man had experienced telepathy physiologically. Moreover, there are also telepathies in many of our daily recreational activities. Last month, November 2003, my wife and I played poker games with some friends for 6 hours. The cards in my wife and my hand were very bad from beginning to the end. My friends had climbed over several mountains while my wife and I were still fixed at the starting point. Finally, I realized it was because my wife and I felt upset and distracted several days before. When one's mind is disturbed, the cards will also be a mess. Only if one has a calm mind will he get very good and orderly cards. You can have a try if you feel interested. Recently another case of telepathy happened to me. I have got the habit of reading Reader. Once I read several articles by the Taiwanese writer Lifechanyuan and discovered that Mr. Lin has very high spiritual nature. As far as I see it, however ignorant I may be, Mr. Lin is one of the people with the highest spiritual nature in Chinese nation. I consider it great luck and happiness to read more of his books. But I am abroad and have very little chance to buy his books. I have never expected that recently a girl of my children's generation came from China and brought me 2 books written by Mr. Lin, Search the Homeland of Soul. Why did she buy books instead of anything else for me? Why did she buy Lifechanyuan's book instead of other books? It turned out that this was a result of my telepathy. Seth said, physiological symptoms are communications from the inner self, indications that we are making mental errors of one kind or another. That is to say, the physiological disease is an induction of physiology to psychology and psychopathy. All the wars, conflicts, natural disasters, and diseases in human history are the results of the mutual telepathy between gods, man, animals, and plants. And the deluge in the period of Noah is also the consequence of the induction of man's conceit and arrogance. Remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy are all an embodiment of Tao, as described by Lao Tzu in Tao Te Ching. And Tao is the materialization of the psychic energy of the greatest creator. In the final analysis, remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy is a program designed by the greatest creator to maintain the balance of nature. We can hence feel the unfathomable profundity of the greatest creator's wisdom. 25. Pythogenesis, nourishment for new life. Pythogenesis is a natural phenomenon. It is the transformation of putrefaction, corruption, and decomposition. Putrefaction, corruption, and decomposition are bad, but pythogenesis is a conversion of energy and a transition of life. You can observe a fallen apple from the tree. It rots at the beginning, but after a period of time only an empty shell is left. Then after some time even the empty shell vanished. Where has the entire apple gone? It has undergone the process of pythogenesis. All things in the material world will go through pythogenesis, without which there would be no such material world. Just imagine, how can we have today's environment and civilization if the carcasses of animals remain intact for thousands of years, if the leaves fallen from the trees remain as fresh as ever, if the piled garbage does not rot? If the slave society and feudal system does not corrupt, and if despotism is always maintained, if the original religion does not corrupt, and if the ancient civilizations last for eternity? The rotten carcasses of animals and the decayed plants will be decomposed by microorganisms in soil or water and converted into aliment, which to be absorbed and utilized by other plants. The ancient religion and civilization were decomposed by the development of the times and converted into a knowledge and wisdom, which to be absorbed and utilized by the present religion and civilization. How perfect the design is! The waste is changed into valuable materials and the corrupted is turned into wonders. Who is capable of such considerate and flawless thinking? The greatest creator. 26. Life and death, a phenomenon puzzling mortals and deities. This earth sees the birth and death of a huge amount of animals and plants every day and every moment. Life and death is a universal phenomenon in nature. Everyone has embarked upon the journey to death since the moment of his birth. The happiness of life and the sadness of death are the basic emotions of mortals and deities. A family will be bursting with happiness at the birth of a baby, and a family suffering loss of a relative will be overwhelmed with extreme sadness and grief. With the exception of the Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni, who are so transcendental and free from vulgarity and have such great wisdom, few can escape from this enigmatic circle and understand the real signification of life and death. The tragedy of life lies in the lack of enlightenment and in the inability to escape from the transmigration of life and death. For thousands of years, people have been seeking the way to immortality. Modern medicine and science are also probing into the secrets of longevity. I wonder why people are so happy about life but so grieved at death. Seeking life entails endless troubles and seeking death brings infinite benefits. What would the world look like if none of the plants and animals on the earth dies, and if our great-great-great-grandparents survive till today and each family has a thriving population? Some will think it would be best if all of them die and all of us survive. Well, suppose they all die and we all survive, see if we are better off. It would be okay as long as we can distinguish who they are and who we are. We must know at the same time that everyone wishes the same as you and me. Then in the end, who are to die and who are to survive? Is it so good to live and so bad to be dead? Take a look at human history, pay a visit to your neighbors, and ponder over the question of what good there is to live and what harm there is to die. Let's forget about the time immemorial and talk about the time from Sakyamuni till present. How many people have lived a good life and how many have died a bad death? Let's take the examples in Chinese society. Antenatal training has been provided even before a baby is born. Abandoning the music of nature, the greatest creator, God, and Buddha, people spare no efforts to inoculate the fetus with the imperfect music of mankind. Immediately after birth, adults try every means to provide the little babies with toys and cartoons instead of having them get in touch with flowers, birds, insects, and fish in nature. Before the age of schooling, the children have begun their preschool education, learning piano, painting, kung fu, and dancing. They have no opportunity to bring their own instinct into play nor have fun in nature. When the children have just begun to know about the world around them, they will be burdened with heavy and formless pressures. In addition to the heavy school bags and the endless homework, adults spare no efforts to add extra education for them. Moreover, endlessly lecturing began to pout onto children. You must be someone, you have to get full marks in exams, otherwise you'll be lagging behind others. Child, I am doing all this only for your good. You must work hard and strive to become an excellent student. You must enter key middle school and then qualify yourself for study at prestigious university. Otherwise, you will have no foothold in this society. Why are you so fond of playing, my kid? Look at Xiaoming, she is so diligent and so promising. You must learn from her. These and many more lecturing have left children at a loss. The 100-meter dash begins with middle school. Students are preoccupied with study and examinations day and night. Teachers and parents are carefully supervising and urging, and the society is imprudently promoting the atmosphere of elites. As a result, the splendor of human nature is inundated in the endless darkness. Will their college life be relaxing? The answer is no. The comparison between classmates for superiority in terms of food, clothes, residence, and transportation is only a small matter if compared with the authoritative indoctrination in ideological field and the blind and unlimited pursuit of knowledge. College should be a place to cultivate noble moral sentiments, but the majority of colleges are fostering the lively and natural men but the robots that have lost oneself. We must bring honor to our ancestors, we must win glory for the motherland, and we must win credits for our nation. The colleges have been fostering the narrow-minded notions. What's worse, some colleges and organizations are teaching students how to make their first fortune, how to rise in the world, and how to attract handsome men and beautiful women to themselves. This is a worrisome era. The real distress begins with the graduation from the universities. There are a bewildering number of roads ahead. Which one shall I take? The unbridgeable gap between dreams and reality, the intangible conflicts between ethics and interest, the marriage, the houses, the cars, and the expected splendid success, all these have put university students at loose ends, which has fragmented the entirety of their spiritual nature to an unbearable scene. If university graduates are like this, then those with no university education must have experienced even greater conflicts and misery in mind. Marriage and having of a family does not secure one a harbor to shelter the storm. Heartrending matters occur frequently, and it is only normal human feelings to support aged people and bring up children. What people cannot bear is the friction and battles between husband and wife. Birth, death, illness and old age, departure, resentment, failure to accomplish one's desire, and transience, all the beauties of life have been ruined completely. We see people on the streets, each of them looking vigorous and elegant. But once we get to know their inner world, we will find every one of them emaciated and fatigued. Many people in my neighborhood are rich businessmen. They all have villas, servants, and limousines. Then they should be happy and satisfied, right? The answer is no. When I chatted with them one day, one of them said, actually, if I have 1,000,000 yuan, RMB, I will be doing well in China. Another person, as if he has heard the talking of an alien, taunted, 1,000,000? What can you do with it? It is barely enough to buy and decorate an apartment. Another said to me, I heard you are writing a book, right? You are a little old-fashioned. Don't you know that in today's time you are everything if you have money and you are nothing if you don't? Make haste to earn money. Yet another person, a woman, preached, nowadays money is God. How many copper coins is conscience worth? I was overwhelmed, I shuddered. No wonder they grudge every second and every penny and regard money above everything else. I see the world is ruled by goblins, devils, and monsters. Am I wrong? Or am I the real devil? Or I don't fit in with this world at all. I feel that life is suffering and human life is rightly a sea of suffering. The sea of suffering is borderless. Please return and repent for salvation. Return? What is return? Returning is death. Why die? For living is worse than death. How to die? Nirvana. How can nirvana be carried out? Self-improve and self-refine. How does one self-improve and self-refine? Raise consciousness and increase wisdom. What is wisdom? Wisdom is the supreme and complete understanding of life and death. How can one acquire supreme and complete enlightenment? By understanding what is life and what is death. Then what is life and what is death? That one is inexplicably brought into the world as a result of karma is called birth and life. That one rushes about blindly and departs the world unjustifiably is called death. Birth is accidental, is death inevitable? Both birth and death are inevitable. Since both death and birth are inevitable and individuals have no choice and cannot resist, then why do we have to understand life and death? By understanding death and life, one can cast off life and death. How can one get rid of life and death? One can do so by reaching the realm of no birth, no death. What is the realm of no birth, no death? Elysium world is the realms of no birth, no death. What is Elysium world? Elysium world is one of the 36 dimension spaces, namely the world described by Jesus and Sakyamuni. Is there really such a world? Or is it only a tale? Yes, there is. I am telling the truth. Then please demonstrate it to me. I cannot because it is another time-space which is invisible to naked eyes. The mirages that occur occasionally are part of Elysium world. Then there is no way to see it? Yes, there is. What way? By the telegnosis. What is telegnosis? A man has 6 sense organs of eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and mind, which are respectively responsible for the 6 senses, vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, and telegnosis. Telegnosis is the perception in everybody's consciousness and a spiritual nature apperception. Why cannot my telegnosis have such a capability? Because your telegnosis is too dull. Why is my telegnosis dull? Because it has been polluted. What has polluted my telegnosis? Your telegnosis has been polluted by images in nature and the values of human society and your prejudices. Then how can I restore my telegnosis? By awakening to truth. What is awakening to truth? Awakening to truth means getting to the bottom of a phenomenon. What's phenomenon? Phenomenon can be anything that we see through vision, anything that we hear through hearing, anything that we smell through olfaction, anything that we can know through our taste, and anything that we acquire through our sense of touch. According to you, there are too many phenomena. Yes, Buddhism talks about 84,000 Dharma Paryadas, but actually Dharma Paryadas are unlimited. What is Dharma Paryaya? Dharma Paryaya is a means to grasp a phenomenon and find out the ultimate essence of the phenomenon's essence. What is essence? Essence is something concealed which causes the occurrence of certain phenomenon. Then what is the ultimate essence of essence? The substrate causing the essence is the ultimate essence. That is to say, the greatest creator is the ultimate essence? Yes. How do we get to know the greatest creator? This book of mine can enlighten you on the understanding of the greatest creator. Oh, I see. What do you see? The birth of man is like falling into the sea of suffering, and so it is something lamentable. The death of man, however, is like being severed from the sea of suffering, and so it is something delightful. Yes, but not entirely so. Why? Because death is not the final resting place. Why is death not the final resting place? Didn't you say that man will enter the Elysium world after death? Death is only a surface phenomenon. Behind death is the transmigration of life. Some people will return to the human world after death, some will become animals after death, some will enter the 1,000-year world, and some will go to the 10,000-year world. Only a very limited number of people will go to the Elysium world after death. So how can we feel happy if some people are even worse and are more miserable than in the human world after death? Your preaching about pre-existence, next world, and transmigration of life is too inscrutable and incredible. How can we believe in something that cannot be proved by science? Science is materialism. Science cannot prove what is beyond the material world. But the universe is composed of material and non-material. Science can only prove half of the universe, not the other half. Take my consciousness, for example. How big is it? What color is it? How heavy is it? What shape does it have? Science cannot provide answers to these and many other questions. Therefore, you cannot completely negate what cannot be proved by science. Then can you prove that man has pre-existence and next world? Yes. One is the records about pre-existence in history, which can be found in the literatures of many nationalities. Another is the record of facts by International Near-Death Research Institute. And the third is the descriptions by the sages and saints like Jesus and Sakyamuni. These are only legends, hearsays, or religious doctrines, and thus are not convincing. Can you come up with something new? Yes, homosexuality is an example. The rule for the biological world is that like sexes repel each other and unlike sexes attract each other. So why is there homosexuality? And why the homosexual love can be so dear to risk one's life? This involves the gender of his, her pre-existence. If a woman has a pre-existence as a man, the inertia of biology will continue to play its role and will incline her to instinctively like a woman instead of a man, although she has become a woman in this life. When she meets a woman with the same pre-existence, they will chime in easily and fall in love with each other. In the same way, if a man has his pre-existence as a woman, then he will still like man in this life. Instead of morbidity, homosexuality is a spontaneous instinct which may fade away with the passage of time. In addition, there is a saying that rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. What is true nature? And why it is unchangeable? Nature is the innate characteristic. When does nature come into being? From primary school? From the time of while in mother's arms? Since the time of an embryo in the mother's body? Since the time of existence in the womb? Or since the combination of the sperm and ovum? If nature starts from the time mentioned above, there is no question of hard to alter a man's nature. Then we can conclude that nature has started centuries before, which is something deep-rooted, unlikely to change in a relatively short period of time. We can observe people around us or study on some special people. Then compare with the habits of some animals. We can easily figure out that certain people possess original nature of certain animals. Thus we can conclude that such people may have been certain animals in their pre-existence. For another example, for thousands of years philosophers and thinkers have raised the question, who am I, but failed to answer. Who am I? Am I my family? No, because I am still me even without my family. Am I my clothes? No, because I am still me after I have undressed myself. Am I my teeth? No, because I am still me after I have lost all my teeth. Am I my hair? No, because I am still me even if I have become bald. Am I my eyes? No, because I am still me even if I have become blind. Am I my legs? No, because I am still me even if I am amputated. Am I my heart? No, because I am still me after organ transplantation. Am I my blood? No, because I am still me even after I have blood transfusion. Neither this nor that, then who on earth am I? Well, I am Tathagata. What is Tathagata? Tathagata is the essential origin, the consciousness, soul that already exists beyond the flesh and is enduring hardships in the world by living in this home of my flesh. When this home of my flesh ceases to exist, I am still there. All that I have to do is only to find another home. This is just like crossing a river. I borrowed a boat, but I would give up the boat and go onshore after I have got crossed. Buddhism preaches that an enlightened heart gives rise to insight into nature, and an insight into nature secures Buddhahood. If we have understood this principle, we are already Tathagata Buddha. We will go directly to Elysium world after death and don't have to come to the human world to continue the hard time. Well, also much for the simple introduction of life and death. My purpose is not to consider something as it stands, but rather to make it clear that the irreversible question of life and death is determined by the greatest creator and that life and death has its purpose and meaning. Without the greatest creator, there would be no life, let alone the question of life and death. 27. The crowing of roosters. Since I lived in the countryside when I was young, I remembered very well about the roosters crowing. Especially when I had to start out early, my diligent and kind mother would judge the time of day by roosters crowing, prepare breakfast and solid food in advance, and then wake me up. The roosters crow 3 times each night at regular time intervals. The first crowing is at about 3:30 in the early morning, the second approximately at 4:30, and the last around the dawn. The time of crowing may not be accurate because I have been away from my hometown for more than 2 decades and I am now living in an area where no crowing of roosters can be heard. Some people say that roosters crowing is to tell other roosters, this is my territory and do not come in. Some say that roosters crow to attract hens. I would say that roosters crow to tell people the time. Prior to industrial civilization, man did not have clocks and watches. For survival, man had to know the time of the night. For example, 2 or more people were on a hunting trip and set the second crowing as the time to get up. Or a group of people were to complete certain tasks together and set the third crowing as the time to gather in the end of the village. Roosters crowing is involuntary. It is a conditioned reflex or induction of its biological clock in its body against the stimulation of the magnetic wave of the magnetic field when the Earth rotates to a certain angle. The rooster is not aware its crowing is to tell people the time of a day and serve the people, just like us humans who are living on the Earth and are not aware that we are serving the greatest creator. The rooster cannot realize the meaning of its crowing late at night, but the man who creates the rooster is well aware of the meaning. In the universe, there is no sound that does not have a purpose. The man that creates rooster does so for the convenience of human survival and thus has created this miracle. If the roosters can realize the purpose of their crowing, they will stop doing so when they see that many of their friends and relatives have been killed by mankind. If the crowing is to warn others of their own species not to violate their territory, they will not do so late at night, thinking to themselves, who will come to invade my territory in such late hours? I'd better conserve my energy and strength till tomorrow and fight off whoever has the nerve to invade my territory. If the crowing is to attract more hens, the rooster certainly knows that hens will be busy laying eggs and taking care of chicks during the day, so they will not pay any attention to him. It would be better if he takes a good rest now and keep his energy for the romances with his wives and concubines and mistresses. Therefore, the rooster's crowing is only automatic behavior, but the rooster's unintentional crowing is to serve the conscious purposes. Then who designed this purpose? Who but the greatest creator? 28. The wisdom of bees. What kind of house structure is most reasonable if we humans are to construct several hundred houses, every one of which is to accommodate only one person temporarily incapable of activity, all of which shall take the least material and labor, and all of which have the strongest structure, the most beautiful appearance, and the greatest cubage? Should the houses be made of interconnected cylinders? No, the different sizes of man's legs and waists may prove waste of some space, and the waste of space mean the waste of labor and materials. So it is not the most economical way of house building. In addition, cylinders have too little contact area between them, and it is not enough to serve as a wall for 2 rooms. Should the houses be made of interconnected cubes? No, the 4 corners will be a waste of space. It does not look very pretty either. Should the houses be made of adjoining octahedrons? No, the more sides a structure has, the more difficult it is to build and more time-consuming. Should the houses be made of many irregular shapes? No, the houses thus constructed will not appear good, besides a lot of more time and material may be wasted. Then what structure is most reasonable? The honeycomb of bees is the most ideal structure. The honeycomb is made up of hexagon columns. Since the lower part and middle part of the larva are different in sizes, the bottom of the honeycomb has been made into 3 congruent rhombuses. In 1712, the astronomer G.F. Maraldi of Paris Observatory concluded through measurement that the obtuse angle of the rhombus is 109.28 degrees and the acute angle is 70.32 degrees. For these figures, a French scientist specially consulted a Swiss mathematician. What is the most economical way in terms of materials to construct a hexagon column with a bottom consisting of 3 congruent rhombuses? The mathematician's result is that the column can use the least possible material only if the obtuse angle of the rhombuses is 109.28 degrees and the acute angle is 70.32 degrees. Wow! The bees are too wonderful. Long before the birth of man, they have solved the problem that man has not discovered and realized until now. Each bee knows that the column can be constructed most effectively and economically only if the obtuse and acute angles of the rhombuses are respectively 109.28 degrees and 70.32 degrees. For us man, only the greatest mathematicians can work out the result. How can ordinary people compare with those tiny bees? Are bees smarter, more intelligent, and wiser than man? If this is the case, why don't the bees know for whom they have toiled by gathering honey from hundreds of flowers? Man is not only reluctant to give to others what belongs to him, but is always calculating to encroach upon what belongs to others, even wants to occupy all the properties of the world for his own good. So are the tiny bees carrying forward the unselfish communism style? If bees have such advanced wisdom and so open a mind, they must have, according to the theory of evolution, evolved into creatures far superior to man long ago, since they have come to the earth long before the birth of man. Why are they overtaken by men in evolution? The founder of the theory of evolution, Darwin, exclaimed, "Natural selection is powerless to explain such perfect structure of the honeycomb because as we see it, either in terms of labor or the use of beeswax, honeycomb conforms to the theory of maximum economy and is absolutely perfect." Then even the originator of the theory of evolution has realized that the wisdom of bees does not result from evolution. We are also clear that the wisdom of bees cannot compare with that of man. And bees would certainly not carry forward the unselfish communism style for man that has been severely exploiting them. Then there is only one origin of their wisdom: instinct. What is instinct? Instinct is the capability possessed after birth. Instinct is the capability possessed after birth proved to be contradictory with the theory of evolution. So is evolution theory a fallacy? Doesn't the inborn capability prove that everything has been what it is now from the very beginning? Doesn't the inborn capability prove that things are not developed through evolution but are created? Doesn't the inborn capability prove the ability of the greatest creator that has created everything? Aren't the degrees of the acute and obtuse angles of the rhombuses at the bottom of the honeycomb designed by the greatest creator and added to the instinct of the bees? Do you still want to deny the existence of the greatest creator? 29. The chick comes out from eggshell. After 21 days of hatch by the hens, the yolk and egg white inside the egg turn into chick. Before it comes out of the shell, the chick has no connection with the world. Then how does it come out of the shell? From whom it learned the skills of breaking the shell. The chick's dad is busy all day chasing after hens and thus never cares the chick's life or death. Even if the chick's mom keeps complaining to the chick's dad for not attending to housework and raising the chick's dad can find many excuses. How can you be sure that I am the dad of this little thing? Just last month I saw you hanging about with the roosters in the neighborhood. Surely the dad did not teach the chick skills to break the shell. Then can it be the mother who teaches the skills of breaking the shell? No, instead of teaching the chick to break the shell, it will be much easier and less troublesome for her to break the shell herself. Then who has taught the chick? Who has told the chick that the world outside is colorful? How does the chick know that his delicate beak can break the shell? Why the shell is thick enough to protect the chick and thin enough for the chick to break? There is only one answer: instinct. Instinct is not evolved. It is innate. In another word, the first chick hatched from the first egg laid by the first hen on the earth already knew that its world is outside the shell, that the shell is thin enough for its little beak to break. Of course, it is not the consciousness. When the time comes, it just peck at it until it breaks. Well, out of instinct, and that the first chick hatched from the first egg on the earth without any genetic information, then there is nothing we can do but ask the greatest creator. 30. What is the secret of birds' migration? As a young child, I used to see flocks of wild geese fly in the blue sky in my homeland in the late summer and early autumn. Just as described in the textbook of primary school, autumn is coming and it is getting cooler. A flock of wild geese is flying southward, sometimes in the formation of the fork and sometimes in a line. One day at the turn of the rainy and the dry season this year, I was queuing at a service station in Zimbabwe where petrol was in short supply. Suddenly some noises in the sky caught my attention. I looked out of the car window and spotted a dozen crow-like birds perched on a large tree not very far. They flapped their wings and quacked and cawed. Out of curiosity and boredom, I began to watch them, figuring that they must be holding a meeting and discussing the implementation of a certain project. Unexpectedly, however, their callings attracted more and more birds of the same species from all directions. In less than half an hour, nearly 1,000 birds had gathered. Suddenly they flew away from the big tree and hovered and rose higher and higher in the sky. I wondered whether they were holding a party in this manner of hovering. Or were they selecting Miss International with the most elegant flight? I came out of the car and stood on the lawn beside the road watching them. They were hovering higher and higher in the sky until they looked smaller and smaller. I wondered, are they competing for flying the highest? Unexpectedly, the birds that flew the highest suddenly flew northwest along a straight line. The others were still circling, but they also flew along the same straight line when they reached the same height, as if they had boarded a train and rode away along the fixed railway. I finally came to realize after a hard thought that those must be migratory birds. At the beginning they clamored on the tree to hail the flock to fly together to a distant place. Later they flew by hovering in order to increase the altitude. When they reached a certain height, they met an air current. It helped them to fly to the distant place more easily. Oh, how clever the migratory birds are. After returning home, I checked up some documents about migratory birds and discovered more surprising facts. For example, Arctic terns build nests in the Arctic Circle. They fly to the South Pole at the turn of summer and autumn. They fly back to the North Pole in the next year. Every year they travel for 35,200 kilometers. There is an oriole called blackpoll warbler, small in size and weighs only 20-odd grams. Before autumn comes, it flies from Alaska, America to the east coast of Canada or New England where it feasts on all the dainty food to increase its fat and strength. Then when it is turning cold, it begins a long journey of flight, first toward Africa, over the Atlantic Ocean, then after taking over an air current it turns to Brazil of South America. The whole journey is 3,840 kilometers at an altitude of more than 6,000 meters. The flight lasts 4 days and 4 nights. The white storks in Europe fly 12,800 kilometers to spend the winter in South Africa. The longtail cuckoos in New Zealand fly 6,400 kilometers to spend the winter in the Pacific Islands. Seagulls in England's Isle of Man fly from Wales to Brazil at over 700 kilometers a day for 16 consecutive days. The wild geese fly over the Himalayas mountains at an altitude of 9,000 meters. What is more incredible is that generally the older generations of cuckoos start their journey earlier. Smaller cuckoos usually start their migration a few days later. Unaccompanied by their parents, small cuckoos make their first flight to a strange place and can fly to their destination inerrably and unite with their parents. On the contrary, young starlings set off earlier than their parents and reach their destination all by themselves. Marvelous. Incredible. I wonder how they know that the cold weather is coming. How do they know which day is suitable for flight? How do they know that there was an air current at an altitude of thousands meters? How do they know that this air current would carry them to their desired place? How do they know that that remote place is now a time of spring and flowers with sufficient food? What power had propelled them to embark upon such an epic journey across oceans? How do they travel round-trip without going astray? How do they identify directions while flying? How do they find their habitat without accompanied and guided by their parents? I searched for scientists' explanations and found the following 4 major answers. Something like a biological clock inside the migratory bird can sense the upcoming cold and the appropriate time to take off, and can calculate the position of the sun while flying in the sky and determine its direction and route of flying by continuously adjusting the angle between itself and the sun or stars with the help of the sun, the moon, and the stars. An inherent meteorologist, migratory birds can determine the duration of life at the habitat and the time of migration according to such meteorological conditions as temperature, lighting, wind direction, and rainfall. They can choose a sunny day to begin their flight, adjust their flying manner according to the changes and fluctuations of wind directions and barometric pressures, and make use of the ascending air current for gliding to save their energy. Extremely sensitive to geomagnetic waves, migratory birds can identify their directions according to geomagnetic waves and can decide the time of migration and habitat according to the geomagnetic information known to them. Through millions of years of evolution, birds have gradually realized the rules governing the seasonal changes of climates and have formed a fixed pattern through generations of accumulation of experience and passed on the genetic information to each succeeding generation. All the 4 explanations above seem reasonable, but a deeper analysis may discover that they are whimsical and fantastic talk. According to the first explanation, it seems that migratory birds can calculate their own positions, identify their direction, and derive the direction and route of flight according to the position of the sun. Then how about the air current at an altitude of thousands meters? Migratory birds calculate it as well? Wow, migratory birds are far more intelligent than Einstein. A brain the size of a little finger can calculate the direction of the air current at an altitude of thousands meters in the sky without any instruments and measurements. It is too whimsical that birds can calculate the direction during the flight without the use of compasses, theodolites, boxes and needles, and calculators. This is rather absurd. According to the second explanation, migratory birds are born meteorologists who can take off on a sunny day by choosing different climatic conditions. Thus they are far brighter than all the scientists and engineers in the meteorological bureaus in the world. The problem is, in abnormal weather, when the area of migratory birds is inflicted with consecutive days of cloudy or rainy weather, the birds would have no choice but to miss the air current in the sky and wait for the arrival of the cold current. And what awaits them will certainly be death. When swallows return from migration every spring, they can always return accurately to the nests they built the year before. It is said that the swallows in a small town in America always return at the dawn of March 29th in the following year. How shall we explain this? The third explanation is a little mythical. Migratory birds can identify the direction through geomagnetic waves and can decide the time of migration and habitat according to the geomagnetic information known to them. Are we sure that migratory birds can get to know the existence of air current at an altitude of thousands meters as per the geomagnetic waves? How can they fly to the place where they stayed the year before instead of other places simply with the help of geomagnetic waves? The fourth explanation is a typical theory of evolution and seems flawless. As we have known from the chick's breaking of egg shell described in the above section, the theory of evolution has been proved untenable in this aspect by the fact that the first chick hatched from the first egg laid by the first hen on the earth could break the shell without the inheritance of any genetic information and shell-breaking skills. Then is the theory tenable when it comes to migratory birds? Based on the radioactive isotope determination method, scientists believed the Earth is 4.6 billion years old, animals appeared about 1.8 billion years ago, invertebrates about 4.38 billion years ago, fish about 3.80 billion years ago, amphibians about 2.9 billion years ago, and reptiles about 2.45 billion years ago. Dinosaurs died out about 1.35 billion years ago. Mammals appeared around 65 million years ago, and man appeared about 1.6 million years ago. First, let's not question the method of radioactive isotope measurement and suppose the method is accurate. Then birds must have lived on Earth for a few billion years. If the birds are clever enough to pass on to the next generation the information that enable them to identify the directions, choose the favorable habitats, fly from the North Pole to the South Pole, take advantage of the air current for flight in the sky, and accurately find the place where their former generations have stayed, then why haven't they evolved into even more advanced animals in the period of a few billion years but are overtaken by humans who have rendered them inescapable from their air guns and the nets cast over them? Are they unwilling to go on with the evolution? Or are they suddenly stuck in the middle of evolution? If we don't believe in the greatest creator, we can only think randomly. The question of whether egg has appeared before the chick or the chick has appeared before egg will remain a mystery for another 10,000s of years. Well, I would say migration of migratory birds is that everything in nature has their definite purposes and means of subsistence, and that they each has features irreplaceable by other species. Otherwise, all will die out. What will happen if a tiger can both reign supreme in the mountain and soar in the sky? What if a mouse can dig holes and build nests on the tree? What if antelopes live on both grass and other animals? What if dogs can bear puppies and lay eggs? What if apple trees can produce both apples and watermelons? Wow, it's really amazing. The answer for migratory birds' migration is instinct, just like bees that build honeycombs with a rhombus bottom consisting of 109.28 degrees obtuse angles and 70.32 degrees acute angles. What is instinct? 31. Animals' instincts, revelation of the wisdom of the greatest creator. That roosters can crow, bees can build honeycombs, chicks can break eggshells, and migratory birds can migrate does not mean that these animals possess very great wisdom or are good at learning and summarizing experiences. Their instincts are the revelation of the greatest creator that has created them. Besides the above examples of instincts, there are many other instances. Termites can build air-conditioned nests, many fishes can discharge electricity, an American eel can discharge electricity of 880 volts, fireflies can produce light, dragonflies can rise vertically or make designed fly in the air. Turtles can lay their eggs in the warm sand for them to hatch, to protect themselves, chameleons can change the colors of their bodies at will, and bats can locate food via sonar in pitch darkness. Mollusks like snails have a tough home to protect themselves. Now let's have a look at the bird's skill in nest building. An African weaver bird, in particular, can select soft twigs and grass to build an apartment that holds snakes at bay and keeps water from leaking in. Silkworms can spin silk, spiders can weave webs, and homing pigeons can locate their own nests. The ants are capable of well-organized and well-planned collective activities. Worms can restore itself if one part of their bodies are cut off. The military dogs have extremely sensitive olfactions. All these are the embodiment of animals' instincts, which are not results of millions of years of evolution but have existed the very moment the animals appear on the earth. If we attribute the instincts of animals to the wisdom and talents of animals without looking for their creator behind them, then it is as if we are seeing planes flying in the sky and marvel at the wisdom and cleverness of the plane, neglecting the wisdom and talents of the manufacturer of the plane. Why don't we say that alarm clocks are wise and clever in keeping good time and giving correct time? Why don't we say that inductive missiles possess wisdom? Why don't we say that the computers are incomparably wise and intelligent while they can search millions of pieces related information in a few microseconds? Why don't we say that robots, radios, televisions, and video cameras are clever and smart? Because we know that they don't possess wisdom and talents themselves but only reflect the wisdom and talents of their creators behind them. Then why don't we attribute the instincts of animals and plants to the greatest creator that makes them? Millions of scientists all over the world are racking their brains and investing a huge amount of manpower and money to explore the talent and wisdom of animals and plants. Have they found the root of the question? I can say for sure that if we don't look through the phenomena and investigate the power behind them, we will be seeing only the moon reflected in the water instead of seeing the real one hanging in the sky. And we will remain completely ignorant even if we are given another 100,000 of years. When seeing a robot at work, a dog may think that the robot must be extremely intelligent and wise. The reason is that the dog does not know that the robot is made by man. Then why do we think that the weaver bird is unfathomably clever when seeing it build nests on a branch? Are we different from dogs in thinking? 32. Celestial beauty scattering flowers, the stunt of dandelions. I remember that when I was young there used to be clumps of dandelions growing beside the aqueducts, on the ridges of fields, and on waste grasslands in my hometown. We called them spur arrowroot, and a traditional Chinese medicine doctor called them thistle. They can be used as medicine. A perennial herb, dandelions have yellow or aubergine flowers. When the flower seeds are ripe, on the crown will grow many white flocky umbrella-shaped silky strands. With a small wind, these umbrella-shaped silky strands will carry the flower seeds and fly to a distance. My most unforgettable memory of dandelions is when I plucked a handful of flower seeds with my young playmates and placed them close to the mouth and puffed at them vehemently to see whose flower seeds can fly the highest. The blown flower seeds are like several hundreds of paratroopers who jumped simultaneously off the plane. The scene is very spectacular. One day while we were enjoying ourselves when Grandma asked us, "Look, why do these flower seeds have hair on their ends?" The answer is worthy of a piece of rock candy. Looking at each other, none of us knew the answer. My grandma said the hairs on the end of the flower seeds of spur arrowroot are to carry the seeds to a more distant place when the hairs fly with wind. If they fall to the original place, all the seeds will grow in the same place the following year and the family will be too crowded. Oh, this turns out to be the secret. In nature, plants have a great many ways to spread their seeds. I think dandelions are the smartest. It grows hairs so that wind can scatter their seeds to a faraway place. The design is ingenious and unique and can be called a stunt in this aspect. Another plant looks a little like Siberian cocklebur, of which the leaves resemble the donkey's ears in size and shape, so is also called donkey's ear by my vernacular. I remember once my elder cousin was infuriated when he sheared for about a dozen sheep at home. Why? Because there were a lot of Siberian cocklebur attached to the sheep's wool. In each Siberian cocklebur there were about 30 bristles, and on the top of the bristle was a barb. The barbs had tightly grabbed the sheep's wool and it was extremely difficult to take them off and had to be torn off one by one. Look, the plants that look like Siberian cocklebur are also very clever. They use barbs to clutch at anything that they come up with so that their own children can be brought to a distant place to expand their territory of growth. I can remember another time when my wife and I went on a trip to a lakeside. We drove from Harare. After driving along Bulawayo for more than 40 kilometers and turning left for more than 10 kilometers, we could see the lake. We parked the car at the campsite beside the lake and walked along the grass clumps on the lakeside. We had to stop after walking for only 20 minutes. It turned out that the woolen skirt of my wife was covered with thousands of grass seeds whose names I did not know. From one side of the seeds stuck out a forked burr which has a barb on its top. The barbs hitched the wools of the skirt and could not be got rid of by shaking or by brushing. We had no choice but to return to the campsite where we spent nearly 2 hours taking them off one by one. Look, the grass also has its skills to diffuse its offspring. In addition to the methods of seed diffusion employed by dandelions, Siberian cocklebur, and grass, I have also seen another way of plants seed spreading. When I lived in room number 11 next door to Bulgarian embassy to Harare, there was a plant in the garden, I don't know its name, looks like a small tree. One day I accidentally spotted many walnut-sized fruits on the plant. Out of curiosity, I picked one from the tree. Before I peeled it, it had exploded. With the explosion, dozens of seeds were ejected. It turned out that these fruit-like things have only a very thin husk. Inside them was air. When they were inflated with air, they will blow up automatically and eject the seeds from inside. Look, the plant each has its own magic powers in spreading its seeds. Have they themselves figured out all these wonderful methods of seed diffusion? Can the theory of evolution offer an explanation? Aren't these stunts designed by the someone who has created them? 33. What do the mysterious pyramids show? There have existed nearly 1,000 pyramids on the earth inhabited by man. There are pyramids not only in the desert of Egypt, but also in the area between 30 degrees north latitude and 30 degrees south latitude in the Pacific Ocean. In the area between 30 degrees north latitude and 30 degrees south latitude in the Atlantic Ocean, at 30 degrees south latitude of the Indian Ocean, in the south of Japan's Honshu along the Mediterranean and Portugal's coastal area, and in Southeast Africa, west coast of Australia, and north coastal area of New Zealand in South Hemisphere. Pyramids were not built by man and nor built by the ancestors of man. It is the greatest creator who inspired God to build the pyramids, and it is God who then dispatched angels, celestial being, and Buddha to build the pyramids. If it is difficult to understand this, it can also be said that they were built by aliens. There is only one purpose: receiving and accumulating the energy from the universe and supplying the energy for the making of life and man on earth. It can be said that pyramids are the laboratories and cultivation sites for the making of life and man. The pyramids of Egypt were designed and built for the creation of man. Other pyramids were built for the creation of other life forms. Since different life forms need different energies, the foundations of pyramids are not all squares. Some are triangles, pentagons, and hexagons. The pyramids of Egypt have only a history of 12,000 years, while other pyramids are 2 billion years old. Please refer to Origin of Life and Origin of Man if you want to understand how pyramids were built and why they were built along the 30 degrees south latitude and 30 degrees north latitude. When I was an English teacher at a middle school, I once taught my students an article about pyramids. I was not enlightened then, but I was fascinated by the mystery of the pyramids. I could not figure out how the stones, each weighing several tons, were transported and why they fitted so well. I held a suspicion about the notion that it took hundreds of thousands of Egyptians dozens of years to complete the Pyramid of Khufu. Later, enlightenment dawned on me after a series of events happened to me, after I encountered some dream scenes, and after I conducted some meditations. The origin of universe, the origin of the greatest creator, the origin of life, the origin of man. 36-dimension space, all these and more gushed out like floods. I was not feeling myself anymore. A powerful force is propelling me to act according to his will. I am now feeling like a robot and a servant. I have to keep writing. I won't feel relaxed until I have poured out what is in my mind, even if in a manner of outline. Otherwise I will be mad. I have collected an article about pyramids, the abode under clear clouds, which is attached here unabridged for your reflection and analysis. There are about 80 pyramids dotting the west bank of the lower reaches of Nile. They are the mausoleums of the pharaohs, kings of ancient Egypt. In Egyptian language, pyramid means high. Seen from any direction, the pyramid is an isosceles triangle tapering from the bottom to the top, resembling a Chinese character for gold. Hence people vividly call it Jin Z Tower. An incredibly complicated project. The greatest pyramid is the mausoleum of the pharaoh Khufu in the 4th dynasty. Built around 2700 BC, the pyramid is 146.5 meters high, which is equivalent to a 40-story skyscraper. The foundation of the pyramid is a square, and the length of each side is 230.6 meters. The pyramid covers an area of about 52,900 square meters. The Great Pyramid is made up of about 2.3 million stone pieces of different sizes. The lightest weighs 1.5 tons, the average weight of the stone pieces is 2.5 tons, and the total weight of the pyramid is 6.848 million tons. 978,286 7-ton trucks will be needed to carry all the stones. If connected one by one, the total length of these trucks will be 6,200 kilometers, which is longer than the length from Hainan Island in the south of China to Moat River in the north of China and longer than the length from Pamirs in the west of China to Shanghai in the east of China. The trucks can line the whole length of the Yangtze River from its upper reaches of Tuachuo River to Buzangku in its lower reaches. Pyramid of Khafre is the second largest pyramid, 3 meters lower than the Great Pyramid. Beside Khafre there stands a gigantic stone-carving sphinx. It is said that Khafre, the third pharaoh of Egypt's 4th dynasty, was inspecting in 2610 BC his mausoleum to be completed when he discovered a discarded megalith in the quarry. He ordered the stonemason to sculpt the statue according to his physiognomy. The statue is 22 meters tall and 75 meters long. It wears a one-zymous crown. On its forehead there is a relief of a sacred snake. Under its chin is trailing a beard more than 5 meters long. The statue is stately and mysterious. When Napoleon occupied Egypt in 1798, he ordered the Sphinx to be bombarded with gunneries. However, it remained unmoved, but for a few broken beards which are now preserved in British Museum. According to Napoleon's rough estimate, if the stone pieces of the 3 neighboring pyramids of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure were used to build a stone wall 3 meters high and 1 meter thick, this can encircle the entire France. Where did the massive number of stone pieces come from? The investigations show that ordinary stone pieces might have been quarried in the local place, but the 115,000 pieces of top-quality white limestone used on the outer layer might have been obtained from the quarry on the east bank of Nile. The granite in the tomb chamber might have been quarried from Aswan, 500 miles away. The quarrying, transporting, loading and offloading of stone pieces needed not only a great number of stonemasons, builders, transportation workers, and sailors, but also a considerable number of engineers, construction crew, and management team. An army with adequate power of suppression was also necessary. Moreover, these people needed food, clothing, shelter, and consumption, so there should be a massive team of service people. Of course, this group did not include old people, women, and children who had weaker power of labor, neither did it include idle monks and nobles. According to an estimate, a national power of 50 million people would be needed to support such a construction project, but it is generally believed that the total population of the world would not exceed 20 million at around 3000 BC. What's more, there are more than 80 pyramids discovered. Even if a pyramid could be completed in 30 years, as Herodotus has said in history, a total of 2,400 years would be needed. Can Egypt sustain such massive consumption over such a long period? 2. The mystery of transportation. The most pressing and realistic problem was transportation. Even if Egypt had adequate manpower, it could not transport to the worksite the megaliths weighing 2.5 tons to 160 tons. Were they carried by carts and driven by horses? No, at that time there were no carts and horses in Egypt. Horses and carts were introduced from abroad in the 16th century BC, namely 1,000 years after the building of Pyramid of Khufu. Some believed that the stone pieces were transported via rolling transportation with crow plates and logs. But this method requires a large quantity of timber. However, at that time the trees in Egypt were mainly palms, which could not satisfy the need of transportation in terms of quantity, growth speed, and rigidity. And it was almost impossible to import timbers. Some people believed that the stones were transported by water. In 1980, Hafiz, the superintendent-in-chief of Giza Historic Sites in Egypt, conducted sampling of core. When the drilling reached more than 100 feet, he discovered a rock at least 50 meters deep, which was possibly the port excavated in the 4th dynasty of Egypt. Later, some people also discovered the water course connecting the port. However, without pulleys, winches, and adequately advanced hoisting devices, it would be more difficult to transport such cumbersome megaliths by downhilling, embarking, disembarking, transporting than move them over land. In addition, there was at least more than 50 feet of fall between the water surface and the cliff bank. And the stone materials from the east bank of the Nile were indispensable to the building of pyramids in the west bank of the Nile. Could they have transported materials by air apart from land and water transportation? This is really a mystery. A French industrial chemist has conducted research of the pyramids from the chemical and microscopic perspectives. According to him, these stone pieces are not an integrated mass, but are bonded together with lime, rock, and shells. Since the bond has very powerful adhesiveness, people cannot distinguish the stone pieces are natural or artificial. This will surely solve the difficult problem of transportation. But the 2.5 centimeter human hair discovered between the stone pieces is still not adequate as evidence for the use of bond. And this kind of bond has not been recorded in ancient books, and the chemist has not obtained any result from the analysis that employed modern means. 3. The mystery of construction. Legend has it that Imhotep, the designer and architect of the pyramid, is the first talent in history that transcended his time. His talent has surpassed the time by such an extent as to cause our natural amazement and suspicion. It is extremely difficult to turn a gigantic protruding rock into a 52,900 square meter foundation of the pyramid. They have completed the survey and construction of the foundation without the help of gradienters, power equipment, and modern meterages. The 4 hemlines of the foundation have a discrepancy of less than 20 centimeters and the error rate is less than 1,000th. There is only a difference of 1.27 centimeters between its heights in southeast corner and northwest corner, and the error rate is less than 1/10,000th. The force position error between its east-west axis and north-south axis is no more than 5 arcseconds. They did not have units of measurement except for arm's length as a measurement unit. 300 arm's length equals approximately 155 meters. It is really puzzling that they could construct with such accuracy. In order to ensure the everlasting of the pyramid, the designers did not use a single pole or a nail to avoid hidden trouble because wood is liable to decay and iron is susceptible to rusting. There are not any bonding materials between stone pieces, but they fit perfectly. Even the thinnest blade cannot stick in. How the chunks of stone were hoisted and placed one upon another is an even more mysterious subject that provokes endless guesses. Some people said that a wood boat-shaped tool was used to lever the megaliths up and laid them one after another. But where did the fulcrum and ropes that could lift several dozens of, or even more than 100 tons of stone come from? Some people claimed that sand-filling method was employed. Sand was piled along the pyramid's foundation. The sand pile would rise with the height of the foundation and acted as scaffolds. After the pyramid was accomplished, the sand would be cleared away. Now let's work on a mathematical problem. The 146-meter pyramid is a torus with a square bottom and a pointed top. The foundation of the pyramid is a square with a side length of 230 meters. Question: what is its volume? If the periphery of the foundation is surrounded with sand to form a slope for the transport of stone and the angle of the slope is 30 or 25 degrees, then how long will be the hemline of the sand pile? Suppose the height of sand pile is also 146 meters. How many cubic meters of sand will be needed? Where does all this massive amount of sand come from? Besides, the filling and removing of the sand would double the workload. Some people said that salt filling method was employed with the same procedure as sand filling method. After the pyramid was completed, water could be used to dissolve the salt and there was no need to move it away. But it would be much more difficult to obtain so much salt. In addition, a storm would melt away a whole salt slope. It is also believed that the mud bricks of the Nile were used to build the twisting slopes, which rose layer by layer. The result was similar to that of the sand slope, the only difference being that mud bricks were less available than sand. There is an entrance 13 meters from the ground in the north of the pyramid. Ever since the 9th century, tomb robbers, explorers, and investigators have frequented the pyramids in close successions. However, its inner structure remains a mystery. There are labyrinth-like passageways and tomb chambers inside the pyramid. The walls are smooth, decorated with reliefs. The passageways have neatly constructed steps extending like venation toward the tomb chambers deep underground. The chamber has vent holes leading outside the pyramid. It is said that the soul of the dead can freely enter and go out of the pyramid through these holes. Strangely, the two vent holes aim at Draco, eternity, and Orion, resurrection, respectively. They are probably the places where soul is spiritualized. 3 such chambers have been discovered, while archaeologists believe that there are at least 4 more chambers to be discovered. Could people 4,000 years ago accomplish such ingenious and exquisite designs and conceptions? Most surprisingly, there have been no traces of torches used for lighting in any mausoleum. Archaeologists have used modern instruments to analyze the dusts that have been accumulated for 4,600 years. No ashes have been discovered, neither are there any traces suggesting that soot have been scraped off. We should know that these instruments can analyze the 1/1,000,000th of the chemical ingredients inside each particle of dust. They could not have carved reliefs, cleaned chambers, or moved the corpse of the pharaoh in total darkness. What kind of lighting have they used? Until now we have found no clues in this aspect. For the mystery of figures. Archaeologists, architects, geographers, and physicists have been puzzled by the accurate equations revealed in several figures. Equation 1, the 15th power of pyramid deadweight times L0 equals the weight of the Earth. Equation 2, pyramid height times 10 billion equals the distance from the Earth to the Sun, 1.5 billion kilometers. Equation 3, pyramid, the square of the height equals the area of the triangle surface. Equation 4, pyramid, the perimeter of the bottom height equals circumference ratio radius. Equation 5, pyramid, the perimeter of the bottom times 2 equals longitude in time at the equator. Equation 6, pyramid, the perimeter of the bottom divided by height times 2 equals circumference ratio pi equals 0.3.L4L59. Who would believe that these figures are just cases of coincidences? Furthermore, the longitude running through the pyramid is the meridian of the Earth, a line that divides the land and oceans into equal halves. The foundations of the pyramids are located rightly in the gravitation center of each continent. In addition, the dimension of the Great Pyramid and the magnitude of the North Hemisphere are extremely similar in proportions. Thus it has been inferred that Egyptians have worked out the oblateness of the Earth 4,000 years ago. The positions of axes of the Earth's two poles are changing every day, but after a cycle of 25,827 years they return to their original positions. The sum of the diagonals of the pyramid is rightly 25,826.6. We know that the Pythagorean law was not discovered until 1,000 years after the completion of the pyramid, and that not until 300 years later did Zhu Chongzhi work out the circumference ratio to such accuracy. The accurate calculation of the ratio came out in the West until the 16th century. Columbus discovered America 4,000 years after the completion of the pyramid. And from then people began to have an initial understanding of the distribution of oceans and land in the world. Today, nearly 5,000 years after the completion of the pyramid, we are finally able to work out the weight of the Earth and the distance between the Sun and the Earth. But how could people 4,500 years ago conduct such accurate calculations? 5. The mystery of its long-lasting existence. It is said that of the 7 great wonders of the ancient world, some have collapsed and some have disappeared with the passage of time, and only the pyramids have stood the test of time and still stand towering. What is the secret for its permanent existence? Let's first do an experiment. Pour slowly a certain amount of rice, sand, and gravel respectively. Soon 3 cones will be formed. Although they are different in quality, they are quite similar in shape. If you conduct a measurement, you will find that their cone angles are all 52 degrees. This naturally formed angle is the most stable angle and is called the limiting angle and stable angle of natural falling. Strangely, the angles of the pyramid are exactly 51.50.9 degrees. This shows that it has been built according to limiting angle and stable angle. The wind in the desert is vehement. Because of the pyramid's unique shape, the swift and fierce wind cannot but climb slowly along the bevel or edges and corners, and the wind-receiving surface of the pyramid becomes smaller from bottom to top. The wind-receiving surface approaches zero at the top of the pyramid. This unique shape has minimized the destructive power of wind by avoiding the direct contact with the fierce force of nature. It is also known that the deflecting influence of the magnetic line may cause the collapse of buildings or even high mountains. The foundation of this pyramid is rightly in the center of the line of magnetic force. Thus the foundation will move with the magnetic line and move with the movement of the earth. As a result, it bears only very weak swing and the earthquake has very limited effect on it. The mystery of the pyramid's stability lies in the angle of 52 degrees, the shape of Tyrus, and the position of in-phase movement with the line of magnetic force. But who can tell us how people 4,500 years ago knew that the angle of 52 degrees was the stable angle? How did they know the use of Tyrus could solve the battering of Desert Storm? How did they know that they could place the massive foundation in the center of magnetic line? 6. Microwave resonating cavity and cosmic wave. Man is mortal, but why did they dedicate so much labor and wealth to building a storeroom for a carcass? Are there any other reasons except for the king's luxury and extravagance? Yes, there are. The scientists' researches indicate that the shape of the pyramid has enabled it to store a strange energy which can cause the carcass to rapidly dehydrate and speed up mummification. The dead can thus wait for the resurrection sometime in the future. If you put a rusty metal coin inside the pyramid, very soon it will glitter. If you place a cup of milk inside the pyramid, it will remain fresh after 24 hours. If you have a headache or a toothache, stay in the pyramid. An hour later you will feel detumescence and relief of pain. If you suffer neurosis or exhausted, stay in the pyramid for a few minutes or a couple of hours and you will feel refreshed and energized. French scientist Bowers discovered that the carcasses of piglets and puppies in waste bins at 1/3 height of the pyramid did not decompose but have automatically dehydrated and changed into mummies. He made a small pyramid according to the dimensions and proportion of the pyramid in his workshop. the same antiseptic and preserving effect has been achieved. These home-use small pyramids used to sell well in America. They were used for antisepsis, preservation, and experiments. Czech radio technician Karl Delbar invented pyramid blade sharpener according to Bauer's discovery and was awarded in 1959 patent right by Czech. The Egyptian scientist Healy also did an experiment. After having put the bean seeds in the pyramid for some time, he found that the sprouts were 5 times longer and the chlorophyll was 5 times more. In 1963, the biologists in Oklahoma University confirmed the Egyptian princess has still living skin cells in her lifelike body after having been dead for thousands of years. Even more astounding is the announcement by an Egyptian archaeologist, Masu. After 4 months of excavation, he discovered a gray cat when he opened the stone gate of an ancient tomb 27 feet beneath the Valley of King. Covered with dust, the cat arched its back, whined, and leapt fiercely to people. Several hours later, the cat died in the lab. It had loyally kept watch over its master for 4,000 years. Some scientists believe that the pyramid is a very good microwave resonating cavity where the heating effect of microwave energy can kill the bacteria and dehydrate the carcass. Inside this cavity, microwave can fully exert its function. But how could the pharaoh use microwave 4,000 years ago? Some scientists think any building can absorb different cosmic waves according to their outer shapes. The granite inside the pyramid has the function of a battery which absorbs and stores various cosmic waves. The limestone outside the pyramid can prevent the diffusion of cosmic waves. The generation of the supernatural energy inside the pyramid is the result of the action of cosmic waves. But how could Pharaoh 4,000 years ago understand cosmic waves and discover the relations between cosmic waves and stone quality? 7 Pharaoh's curses and nuclear waste. Then it is wrong to think pyramid only as the source of life and energy. Pyramid is also deterring people's further exploration with its mysterious and ghastful means. In 1922, people excavated the mausoleum of Tutankhamun, a king who died in 18th century BC. The entrance to the grave bears the awesome inscriptions, "Any tomb robber will be cursed by Pharaoh." Scientists naturally disdained the curse of Pharaoh. However, misfortunes and disasters have proved the effectiveness of Pharaoh's curses more than once. The Duke Karl, one of the leaders of the excavation, was the first to fall under the spell of the curse. He was stung by mosquito and died of carbuncle. Later, a visitor, Ewell, died of drowning, and another visitor, the railway magnate, also died suddenly of pneumonia. A journalist who took pictures of the king's mummy with X-ray camera died of shock. Mike and Pitcher, the assistants of Dr. Kainta, died successively of unknown causes. Pitcher's father jumped off a building and killed himself. And an automobile for the funeral killed an 8-year-old child. 22 excavation-related people died mystically within 3 years and 3 months after the excavation. There is also a formidable inscription on the pyramid of Khufu: "The wings of death shall fall on the one who disturbs the peace of the pharaoh." Dr. Jaslam Artea of Cairo University believed that an aspergillus inside the mummy can cause the afflicted person to suffer inflammation of the respiratory system, erythema on the skin, and finally death due to dyspnea. American Medical Monthly once published an investigation report. As many as 40% of the 100 British visitors to the pyramid died of cancer at an early age within the next 10 years. Those who were bold enough to climb to the top of the pyramid all died of stupefaction that occurred very soon. Recently, the chemist professor of University in Miami has detected the decayed radiation in the pyramid, which is obviously the main cause of cancer for the British tourists. But outside the pyramid, no one has been affected. It can thus be seen that the structure of the pyramid can prevent the leakage of radiation. Hence, he proposed a novel inference. The pyramid is the nuclear waste storeroom for prehistoric aliens. Well, the above introduction and analysis of the pyramid is very incisive. There is no need for me to make any further explanation. Facts show that pyramids were not built by man and that they were not the mausoleums of pharaohs either. There are many reasons for the burial of the pharaohs' bodies inside the pyramids. One major reason is to prevent the unnecessary troubles caused by the disclosure of the angels' secrets in the creation of man and succeedingly by man's or aliens' imitation. Pharaoh is the most dignified of man. With the body of a pharaoh placed inside a pyramid, people would not try various means to enter the pyramid out of respect for the pharaoh. In this way, the secrets would not be revealed. Then how can we explain the pharaoh's curses? 34. The pharaoh's curses, the constraint from God. Then what punishment will be met out for those daring to break into the pyramid? By the pharaoh's curse, all those interlopers would be killed so that no secrets could be leaked. Then what is the pharaoh's curse? When Carter and others entered a spacious chamber beneath the pyramid, they discovered a clay board on which was written, "Death will spread its wings to strangle anyone daring to disturb the peace of the pharaoh." On another statue was carved, "I am the one who guard the tomb of Tutankhamun and fight against the tomb robbers away with the help of burning desert." The above are the two curses from the pharaoh. Then can the pharaoh's curse really cast an irresistible spell? Let's look at some of the examples collected. Kammerower, who was responsible for the excavation, died suddenly of serious illness soon after the tomb was opened on December 5, 1922. His sister wrote in her memoir, "I heard him crying with high fever. I have heard his calling. I will follow him before his death." Another responsible person, Carter, died at the age of 65 in 1939 without being cursed, yet his favorite pet canary was bitten to death by a snake one day. His daughter hanged herself shortly after her father's death, leaving a suicide note, "I can no longer endure the curse." In addition, one of Carter's assistants died suddenly of pulmonary disease 3 years after the excavation. Another assistant died suddenly at the age of 45 in 1929. The British investor of the excavation project Cannabon died miserably of an insect bite within half a year after the completion of the project. At the time, the nurse attending him heard him crying before his death, "I am over because I have already heard the calling." Later, the nurse also died inexplicably. 6 months after his death, his half-brother Captain Hebard committed suicide because of schizophrenia. In 1939, his mother-in-law also died suddenly, said to be of an insect bite too. The American railway magnate Grutter died suddenly of plague shortly after visiting the mausoleum. The zillionaire of South Africa Theo drowned himself unexpectedly shortly after he returned to the yacht from the visit of the gold mask of Tutankhamun on the excavation site of the tomb. Professor Richard, who conducted the X-ray examination of the mummy of the pharaoh, died of a high fever a few days after the examination work. Curator of Cairo Museum Mechelin died barely 4 weeks after he claimed that he did not believe in curses. The doctor confirmed that he died of a heart attack. By the end of 1923, 22 people participated in the excavation died unexpectedly of sudden illnesses consecutively. In 1971, the archaeologist Emery died shortly after being attacked by total paralysis on his unsuccessful trip to search for the ancient tombs 30 kilometers south of Cairo. Professor Dormethrin, who entered the tomb to copy the inscriptions, also met tragic death. The culture relic administrator of the Egyptian government was injured by an automobile and died in hospital 3 days later because he had agreed to have Tutankhamun's mementos exhibit in Paris outside Egypt too. His daughter was also killed in a traffic accident. Dr. Miohiris, preparing Egyptian antique exhibition, died suddenly at home 1 week after he signed the exhibition agreement. The 2 pilots died successively of heart attack shortly after airlifting Tutankhamun's mementos. When the gold mask was on display in America's San Francisco, a police officer was suddenly hospitalized because of heart attack. When asked the reason, he said, "It seems that something behind the mask was exerting a force that makes one tremble with fear when standing in front of it." Mr. Moser, who had helped push over a major wall, contracted a disease analogous to nerve disorder and died.
The people who died successively also include Reed, who conducted the first X-ray examination of the pharaoh's body, and the American zillionaire Wolf. According to investigation, the sudden deaths of at least 40 archaeologists were related to the mausoleum of the pharaoh. The above is only a record of the deaths of some celebrated people. How about other anonymous participants? Many must have died unknowingly. But because of anonymity, no one would bother to explore the reason of death. Around 1900 years before the excavation of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1923, someone excavated a stone coffin in Egypt's ancient tomb, on which was inscribed, "Whoever has touched this stone coffin will be met with disaster or be drowned in the sea." Indeed, participants have died unexpectedly one after another. Later, the stone coffin was bought by an American zillionaire and was taken abroad, Titanic, bound for America in March 1912. It never occurred to people that Titanic collided on the sea unexpectedly with an iceberg appearing out of nowhere, and the stone coffin was swallowed along with the large ship. The above is a collection of materials concerning the deaths of personnel related to Egypt's tombs. Please use your own discretion as to the truth of the materials. If you don't believe them, you may well try out the results by going to embrace the gold mask of Tutankhamun or personally visit the ancient mausoleum. Since the pyramid is the womb for the birth of mankind, filled with unlimited mysteries which once discovered by man will have a direct bearing on the question of whether man should continue to exist on Earth. Just like the modern cloning technology, the mass reproduction of man will pose a direct threat to the balance of various space life forms and destroy the transmigration order of life. Man should be kept from taking such risks. If the dogs we keep in our homes gradually acquire the wisdom of man, then shall we continue to keep them or dispose of them? If a curious person wants to pry into the top secrets of the Defense Ministry, we will first adopt protective measures like guards and electronic protection. But what shall we do if he has already gained access to the confidential chamber? Shall we watch helplessly and let him expose the top secrets? Prying into others' secrets is an extremely dangerous act and a stupid behavior that asks for unnecessary troubles. The secret priors may suffer the punishments corresponding to the levels of the secrets, like intimidation, tongue-cutting, exoculation, imprisonment, and killing. Let's behave in an honest manner and keep ourselves from being misled by curiosity to death. All mystery will ultimately be revealed, but it takes time to do so. Now it is not time yet for people to pry into such secrets. When opportunity strikes, certainly someone will explain the secrets. Anyone who is proficient in cloning technology. I'd better keep quiet here. Just think it over. Well, that's all for my talk about the pyramid and the pharaoh's curses. Can we sense the existence of the greatest creator from these mysterious phenomena? 35. Why is the mysterious Bermuda so enigmatic? I am not at all surprised and suspicious at the mysterious and strange phenomena in geography because more than 2 decades ago I personally witnessed a miraculous scene on Siam Mountain in Zhangjiago City, Hubei Province. I was studying at a school in Zhangjiago then. I used to invite several classmates to go climbing on Sundays. Once halfway up the mountain, we saw 3 closely linked caves at the intervals of less than half a meter, each of them about 1 meter wide. We looked into the caves out of curiosity. I did not remember which cave we looked first. I only remembered that in one cave cold wind blew on our faces, in another cave droplets of water were dripping into the small ponds inside the cave, and in the third cave there was neither wind nor water, but the cave was covered with ice. We stood beside the caves, fantasizing the formation of such strange scenes. It was at the turn of spring and summer. The ice in the cave should have long been melted. Where did the ice come from? Besides, why was there no ice in other 2 caves? What is even more bewildering was where the wind was from. Laden with suspicions and bewilderment, we came down the mountain like someone who had discovered a new continent and asked a local, "Do you know that there are 3 odd caves in this mountain?" "Yes, sure," he smiled. "One is the wind cave, another is the water cave, and the third is the ice cave. They have been there ever since I was capable of remembering. This mountain is called Siam Mountain.
Kowtow in front of the caves and you will be bestowed with a son in the future. Wow. Too miraculous. Later on when I thought of that, I often asked myself whether it was because I always kowtowed in Siaya Mountain that I have been bestowed with son. Siaya Mountain is a mountain of gospel. Bermuda, however, is not a place where one can pray for blessing. Bermuda Triangle has been called Devil's Triangle, Death Triangle, Graveyard for Ships and Planes, Black Hole on Earth, and the like. Then what is Bermuda? What is Bermuda Triangle? Why does it have so appalling nicknames? Bermuda is an archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean consisting of more than 360 islands. Bermuda Triangle refers to the triangular maritime space formed by Bermuda Islands in the north, Puerto Rico of the Caribbean Sea in the south, and American Florida Peninsula in the west. Bermuda has been called Death Delta because a lot of mysterious shipwrecks and plane crashes have frequently happened in this area. The selected several reports to help you to realize the mysteries of Bermuda. How appalling and mysterious the sea area of Bermuda Triangle can be. As early as 500 years ago, the famous explorer Columbus encountered magical and formidable natural scenes there. It was in 1500 when Columbus was on his fourth voyage to America. En route, he passed the sea area of Bermuda in the Atlantic Ocean. One day he walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck with his companions to enjoy the beautiful scenery on sea. At the time the sky was as clear as could be, the sea was calm like a mirror which reflected the bright moonlight. The sea sprays surging against the ship looked like piles of snow-white pearls. The blending of the expanse of water and sky elicited a refreshing and energizing sense. Columbus and his teammates were intoxicated with the beautiful and charming scenes on sea when suddenly a dramatic change of weather happened. Instantly the sky became overcast, the gales blasted, the sea water built up into crests of dozens of meters and crashed against the deck like crushing water walls. At that time it seemed that the ship was navigating through the gorge where no sunlight was visible. With the ship bumping violently on the sea, Columbus was nervously commanding the sailors, attempting to bring the ship to the nearest berth along the coast of Florida. Although all people aboard made concerted efforts to turn the course of navigation, all the navigation equipment in the ship failed to function at that moment. All the sailors felt confused and disoriented. Without the direction, the ship acted like a runaway horse, no longer at the command of the sailors. They could do nothing but let it drift, praying that they could escape from the treacherous situation. Luckily, they finally managed to get out of the raging wind and surging waves after days and nights of struggle. All went back to normal and the ship sailed forward steadily and smoothly. Columbus has made a detailed description of this breathtaking encounter in his logbook. The earliest record of the mysterious disappearance of ships and sailors in Bermuda Triangle is that of a French sailing boat Lo Charlie discovered in the sea area near Bermuda in August 1840. With raising of all the sails, the boat that carried fruits and brocades and other cargoes remained intact without the slightest damage to the hull. But there was no trace of men aboard. The only living creature was the canary, almost starved to death. No one knew what had happened to the boat and where the people on board had gone. Later in 1872, similar inexplicable event also happened here. An accident happened to a brigantine Maria 100 miles west of Azores. The boat sent signals for help. 11 days later, when the boat was discovered, there was not a single man aboard. The tables in the dining room, however, were still laid with lush food like bread and butter. In the cups there was still water and coffee left. The clocks on the wall were still ticking. There were still vials containing machine oil on the sewing machines. All this indicated that the boat had not encountered any powerful rainstorm. How can we explain these phenomena? In December 1945, on a flight training, Captain Taylor of America's 19th Aerocade led 14 pilots in 5 Avenger torpedo bombers to take off from Fort Lauderdale Airport. As an experienced pilot with 2,599 hours of flight, he had no difficulty at all in accomplishing such training tasks. But when the aerocade flew over the Bahamas base suddenly received the calling of Captain Taylor, my compass has failed functioning. I am over the unconnected land. In the following 2 hours, the radio communications were frequently interrupted, but they still could know from the signals that they were flying north or east. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the headquarters received Taylor's calling. I cannot figure out my position. I am not clear where I am. Then the signals of electric waves became weaker until dead. Feeling that something must have gone wrong, the headquarters immediately dispatched a hydro-aeroplane to conduct searching. Half an hour later, the people on an oil tanker saw a ball of flames. The hydro-aeroplane had crashed. In a short period of 6 hours, 6 planes and 15 pilots had vanished into thin air. There was nothing that could account for the disappearance, and the American authorities were shocked. The military was determined to thoroughly investigate the accident. The next day, 300 planes and 21 naval ships and aircraft carriers conducted the largest scale of search within 6 million square kilometers of the sea area. The scope of the search included every stretch of the sea area from Bermuda to Mexico Gulf. The 5-day search failed to discover any traces of the 6 planes. In 1935, the sailors of the Italian cargo ship Lex saw an American sailboat radar Homer engulfed gradually by the surfs. But 5 days later they saw with their own eyes the same sailboat float on the sea. Another prominent case is the disappearance of the American Navy's supporting ship Singleyed in March 1918, which carried manganese. The huge cargo ship had 309 sailors and was equipped with the best radio devices of the time. But it vanished without sending any signal for help. In 1951, when searching in this sea area for a warship they lost here, a Brazilian hydro-aeroplane discovered a massive black object moving past under the water of Bermuda at an astonishing speed. In February 1977, a pilot flying a private hydro-aeroplane discovered that the needle of the compass deflected dozens of degrees when the plane was over the Bermuda Sea area. The people who were having their meals discovered that the knives and forks in the plates also became bended. After leaving the area, they also found that strong noise was recorded in the tape of the cassette recorder. A captain of American Shipwreck Salvation Company said that once when his ship passed the sea area of Bermuda, the index on the compass suddenly swayed violently. The power of the running diesel engine suddenly vanished. The surging billows dashed and heaved vehemently. The ship was surrounded by dense fog. He ordered his steersman to drive the ship at full speed. Ultimately, the ship dashed out of the dense fog. But the waves outside that sea area was actually not high and there was no fog. He said that he had never encountered such strange things. In 1943, a doctor called Jussa conducted an experiment with the collaboration of the American Navy. He used 2 magnetic force generators to create very powerful magnetic force. When the magnetic generators were turned on, green mist arose around the ship. Both the ship and people had received certain stimulus. Some people recovered after treatment while Jussa killed himself after the experiment. The result was also inconclusively. In 1979, a joint investigation team consisting of the American and French scientists discovered a tremendous underwater pyramid in the Bermuda Sea area. According to the photos taken by the persons dispatched by Charles Bleise, the honorary curator of America's Miami Museum, the underwater pyramid was even greater than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. There were 2 black holes in the pyramid through which the sea water flowed at a very high speed. Why have the ships and planes vanished mysteriously without any traces left behind? Why have all the people on board disappeared and yet the boat and other things on board have remained intact? All this goes back to 2 billion years ago when the greatest creator dispatched the many angels, celestial being and Buddha, led by God to create the life forms other than human beings on earth. These angels constructed many life-creating laboratories, pyramids in Bermuda and Pacific and the Atlantic along the 30 degrees north latitude and 30 degrees south latitude. After 5 billion years, they completed all projects and evacuated from the Earth. At that time these regions were not seas but temperate continent with a climate of spring all the year around. In order to keep the secrets, they dealt with the sites before evacuation in a manner similar to children's clay molding and the cook's paste making. All the places constructed with pyramids subsided beneath the sea and the ocean rose to become continent. The various continents of today came into being 1.5 billion years ago. The roof of the world Himalayas was also a masterpiece of the time. Just like the pyramids of Egypt, Bermuda and other areas have also adopted measures to prevent the access of people. As to the secrets therein, we can only understand them from the dimensions of time and space. Please refer to Time and Space of the Universe for details. 36. Mirage, the emergence of Elysium world. Scientists, especially meteorologists and opticists, may sniff at my conception of mirage as the emergence of Elysium world, criticizing me for not having the least knowledge of the refraction and total reflection of light. Indeed, I know very little about optics and meteorology, and I dare not to show off what I know in this aspect so that I won't leave an impression of displaying my scarce skill before an expert. Since I have my own definite understanding of the origin of the universe, the origin of life, the origin of man, and the 36-dimension space, I also have my own explanation for mirage, for which I hope to obtain the further analysis of experts in different perspectives. What is mirage? Mirage is the revelation of celestial being and Buddha to mankind. It is the appearance of the scenes of the Elysium world in 36-dimension space in human world. That is, mirage is the real situation that exists in Elysium world. Some describe mirage as entirely imaginary, changeable, and unpredictable, real yet illusory, and fairyland-like. The description is really to the point, and fairyland-like in particular has delineated the real situation of mirage. Strictly speaking, mirage is fairyland, and the Elysium world of the West preached by Buddhism is such a fairyland. When fortunate people see endless ranges of mountains, borderless ocean, towering pavilions, pagodas, and towers, the appearing and disappearing cities and forts, serene landscapes from the seaside, the desert, the Gobi Desert, or the lake, they will certainly have an inexpressible feeling for the beautiful heavenly visions. What are they? Where do they come from? Are they the paradise or the human world? According to scientists, mirage is an optical phenomenon of the atmosphere. It is the result of the refraction and total reflection of light in the atmospheres of different densities. More accurately, after being illuminated by light, the natural scenery on Earth will be reflected into the atmosphere. As a result of the dramatic temperature changes in the desert or the ocean, the local air will form different densities. When the light reflected by an object enters the high-density air from the low-density air, the scenery on the Earth will be projected in the air, just like the refraction of a chopstick in a bowl of water. Thus mirage is formed. This explanation seems reasonable, but let me propose the following details and see what we can find. All explanations point out that mirage results from the refraction or total reflection of the distant views. I want to ask where the distance is. How far away should the distance be? There are records for many visions appearing in the sky. Have scientists found the similar sceneries in the distance that correspond to the mirage? After the refraction, is the image positive image or an inverted image? If the reflection is an inverted image, why the image in the sky is positive image? If the reflection is an erect image after refraction, why is some mirage upside down? Does the reflected light enter from the thinner medium into the dense medium or from the dense medium into the thinner medium? That is to say, is the light refracted from the sky downward or from the earth upward? If the objects on Earth refract the light upward, the direction of the refraction can only be from the lower position to the higher position. Why does the refraction also occur in the upper to lower direction? Of course, it can be said that after n times of refraction by the atmosphere, the light can also be reflected from the upper to the lower position. This is only theoretically possible but practically unfeasible. If feasible, we may see mirages every day. Some experts say that when exposed to the burning sun, the sand in the desert will rise quickly in temperature because of its low specific heat. The lower air close to the sand will have a very high temperature, while the temperature of the upper air still remains very low, and thus the abnormal distribution of air temperature is formed. Since objects expand with heat and contract with cold, the lower hot air close to the sand has a very low density, while the upper cold air has a great density. As a result, the refractive index of the air is small in the lower air and large in the upper air. If the light reflected by the higher object in the distance is continuously being refracted when entering the thinner lower air from the denser upper air, the angle of incidence will gradually increase until the appearance of total reflection when it reaches the critical angle. This theoretical analysis seems tenable. My question is, if this theory tallies with the actual situation, then mirages will be frequently seen in the air above the desert. But why is it that in the air above the desert people cannot see a mirage for many decades? Do these deserts not fall within the scope of your theories? Of course, experts may argue that the desert should have special geographical and climatic environments for the happening of mirages. Without such conditions, no mirage will occur even in the air above the desert. Then my question is, what special conditions are necessary for the occurrence of mirages over the sky in the desert? And which desert on Earth does not possess such special conditions? Experts' explanation for mirages happening over the sea goes like this. In summer, on the calm water surface, the upper layer of air is very hot and has a small density because of its exposure to the sunlight, while the air close to the water has a lower temperature and greater density as a result of the influence of the water current. When the lower air and upper air has great differences in temperature, and when the density is small in the upper air and great in the lower air, the mirage will happen when light reflected by the islands, towns, and ships in the surrounding horizons goes through upper-lower refraction or total reflection. Yes, if in summer it is easy to form a thinner upper air and a dense lower air in the air over the sea, then how about autumn and winter? Why did mirage still happen over Penglai Peninsula on December 16, 2002, when the area of Shandong province was already in the season of winter? Suppose the experts are right in their theory, then in summer all the upper air over the sea will be thinner and all the lower air over the sea will be denser, but why have mirages not appeared in the sky over the so many other stretches of seas? In recent years, mirages frequently appear in the sky over Shandong's Penglai Peninsula. According to experts, this is the result of improvement and cleaning of environment in recent years. Now Penglai has fresh air and clean environment, so mirages frequently occur there. This must be politicians' statement, not the conclusion of experts. If experts have come to such a conclusion, then please answer my question. Why did not mirages always occur in Penglai Peninsula before the age of industrial revolution on Earth, during which period the air was even fresher and better in quality than it is today? Why did mirages occur only once every few years? What is the air of America's Hawaii like if compared with that of Penglai? Then why don't mirages always occur there? Experts may reinforce their theory by saying the special natural environment of Penglai is the major reason attributable to the occurrence of mirages. There is no such environment in other places, so mirages are unlikely to appear. Suppose this explanation is correct, then please answer my question. If Penglai Peninsula has very special natural conditions, the visions of all the mirages should be basically the same images, but why is the image of each mirage different from the others? Is it possible that the natural environment of Penglai is changing every year? As we have known about the refraction of light, the light will keep its direction and speed of diffusion when traversing the medium with an even density. When the light slants through two media with different densities, it will go through changes of speed and deflections of directions at the contact area or interface of the two media. This theory is correct, but is not acceptable when it is used to explain the occurrence of mirages. In terms of aerosphere, there is difference of densities not only between troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, and exosphere, but also in the same aerosphere. In this case, refraction of light will certainly occur when the sun shines its light upon the earth. That is, just like the moon we see in the water, we can also see many illusory suns in the aerosphere. But why can't we see them? The densities of the air are different not only during the day but also at night. When the bright moon is high in the sky, we can see the reflected moon in the water, but why can't we see the illusory reflections of the moon refracted in the different densities of the air? My explanation for mirage is that mirage is not the refracted image of scenery on the ground but a contortion of time and space of the Elysium world which has been purposefully arranged by the greatest creator to demonstrate to mankind. Your sky is not an illusion but another time and space and another world. Mankind has a great future. When introducing the 36-dimension Elysium world, I have made it clear that the 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world are at very distant places, but the Elysium world is close at hand. The entire Earth and universe is the Elysium world. Namely, the Earth, the Solar System, the Milky Way galaxy, the Rotary River galaxy, and Low Rotary galaxy all belong to the Elysium world. All that we see are just illusory images, mirages, short-lived prosperity, flowers, grass, and trees, insects, birds and beasts, rivers, lakes, and seas, celestial bodies and the universe, and even human life. What place is not illusory? The answer, the Elysium world. Emptiness is not emptiness and color is not color. The smaller the energy, the more definite the form, the greater the energy, the less definite the form. Hence, great form has no contour. Why can't we see the Elysium world? It is because our eyes do not have the needed structure. Can we see ultraviolet and infrared? Can we see electromagnetic waves and biological waves? Can we see gamma rays and beta rays? We are in a wonderful world, the Elysium world, and we have seen less than 3% of the surrounding world. Why can't we see everything in the world? It is because our merits and virtues have not yet reached that standard. Just like somebody's question, why can't we live in the White House, Kremlin, and Zhongnanhai? Why? Try to find the answer by yourself. I have some information here which may help us to know about time and space. On January 28, 1915, a Turkish army was marching toward position number 60 in Gallipoli. When they had ascended the hill, several masses of clouds descended vertically to hang over the whole hill. Metal-like rays of light seemed to have shot out from among the clouds. Then was the time of magic. The gallant troops in high spirit strode into the clouds and disappeared one by one. A soldier named Richard who fell behind the ranks was terrified to see such a frightening scene. He yelled at them, trying desperately to stop the march of his comrades. However, it seemed that they turned a deaf ear to him and entered the clouds as if were spellbound. After a moment, the masses of clouds ascended slowly and vertically and drifted away into the distance. The hill still remained, but the whole corps lost their traces. They have vanished into thin air. Where have they gone? They have entered the mirage. In 1994, an Italian airliner suddenly vanished from the radar screen of the control room when it flied over African coast. A short time later, it reappeared on the screen. When the plane landed on the airport, the man on duty asked the pilot what had happened during the flight. Why it failed to be tracked. The airscrew felt at a loss because their flight had been smooth and no accident or trouble had occurred. Later, someone accidentally discovered that his watch was 20 minutes slower. The investigation revealed that the watches of all the crew and 315 passengers were all 20 minutes slower. What has happened? Where have they been in the 20 minutes? Why were they not aware of what had happened? Why can't the screen display what has happened? As I have discussed in time and space of the universe, time can be divided into transverse time and longitudinal time. Longitudinal time is the time of the material world and transverse time is the time of non-material world. We humans live in the longitudinal time, which resembles the x-axis of the complex function. The transverse time is like the z-axis of the complex function. When a person or object vanishes from the longitudinal time, it has entered the transverse time and space. Whenever it comes back, he will still return to the original point of time. But for us, maybe a year, a decade, or several hundred years have passed. The Italian airliner has vanished for 20 minutes because they have entered the transverse time and space. For the plane and people aboard, it may be a wink of the eye so they could not realize that they have once disappeared, but for the person in the control room of the airport, it has been 20 minutes. What is the transverse time and space? Mirage is the transverse time and space. During my childhood, my grandma told me a story. A woodman got lost one day when he was collecting firewood in the mountain. Having sauntered in the mountain for a long time, he suddenly discovered two old men completely immersed in a chess game on a beautiful slope. He did not intend to disturb them, but squatted beside them and watched them play. All was so auspicious and natural. The only thing puzzling him is that the leaves close by were endlessly changing their colors, yellow for one moment but green for the next. After a long spell, when he returned his gazes from the distance to what is near him, the two old men had vanished from his sight. He trembled with fear and suddenly realized that this was a familiar place where he had been collecting firewood many times. Once aware of his place, he walked home along the familiar path. When he approached the village, he found that great changes had taken place in his village. Doubting whether this was his own village, he headed for his home along the path in his memory. But on his way, everyone he met just gazed at him like a stranger. He could not recognize any of them either. Suspecting that he might have come to the wrong village, he inquired about his original village from people he met. All echoed that this was the village that he asked about. He asked whether they knew such and such a person. They answered who was whose grandpa and who was whose grandma, and that all of them had passed away. When he asked about himself, he was told that he was whose grandpa and had never come back from his trip to the mountain to gather firewood when he was young. Now let's analyze why the woodman got lost when he was gathering firewood in the mountain he was familiar with. The reason was that he had suddenly entered the mirage, which had a different environment from his former one. Thus he would certainly get lost. Why did he suddenly realize where he was after a cold shiver? This was because the mirage had disappeared and he was again standing on the familiar place. He suddenly awakened to his world. Now that he had the luck to enter the mirage, Elysium world, why did he not disappear together with the mirage? It was because his psychic energy had not measured up to the standard for living entirely in the Elysium world. Then why was he permitted to witness the scenes in the Elysium world? It was because he had such a luck. The two old men playing chess must have been his relative or friends who had come to reveal to him that although he was not presently entitled to live in the Elysium world, the Elysium world actually existed and that he could realize the existence and laid foundation for his future entrance into the Elysium world. This is the story about time and space. The woodman has entered another domain of time and space. When he returned from the transverse time, he was still his old self, but the longitudinal time of the human world had passed hundreds of years. Thus, mirage is only a revelation of the Elysium world. People who have seen the mirage has had the luck to witness the scenes of the Elysium world, although they have not entered its domain. The mirage will appear not only in the sky but also on the ground. The two old men's chess playing was a mirage unfolding on the ground. Even if there were many people in the mountain at that time, no one except the woodman could see the mirage, just like the phantasms appearing in the head of a person who has taken heroin. He has truly seen the scenes, although others claim to have seen nothing. People who saw the mirage are lucky. If we can understand from the mirage that there are different visions in different time and spaces, we can open up our thinking and realize that our human world is only a material world in the time and space of the universe, and that there are many more beautiful worlds apart from this material world. Then why don't we set off for the more beautiful world? The greatest creator has not treated us only as a batch of animals. He has revealed to people with greater telegnosis another serene and glorious road of life. God, Jesus, and Buddha Sakyamuni are not fooling us. All tricksters have only personal interest in mind, but are Jesus and Sakyamuni pursuing personal gains? They have abandoned all their worldly belongings, so why should they deceive us? You can cheat the wealthy people for their money and fool those in power to get certain advantage. But what good is there to cheat us who have nothing at all?
37. Dream, what does it presages? Dreamland is one of the 36-dimension time and spaces. Dream is a phenomenon behind which there is a hidden essence, as is the case with any phenomenon. It is the hidden essence that has caused the emergence of phenomenon. Mirage is only a phenomenon, but the essence that has caused the phenomenon of mirage is the Elysium world. Movement is a phenomenon, but the essence causing the occurrence of this phenomenon is instinct and gravitation. Man is also a phenomenon, and the essence prompting the emergence of man is the transmigration of life. What is the essence of dream? The essence of dream is the rehearsal and presage of future event. Let's first have a look at some examples about dream. On an April night in 1865, Lincoln, the American well-known president, had a dream in which he discovered a crowd of people wailing when he strolled in the White House. He entered a room and found that his soldiers were guarding a corpse. He asked them whose body this was. They answered, the president. He was assassinated. The next day he told this dream to his wife and other people. Several days later this terrible dream came true. President Lincoln was assassinated. Before the sailing of the famous passenger ship Titanic, a British merchant named Canon Middleton dreamed of the ship floating on the sea with upturned keels. Crews and passengers around were swimming and floating. The next night he had the same dream, which prompted him to cancel the plan to travel by Titanic. Very soon his dream became a reality. In August 2002 I had this dream. I was walking on a strange road when suddenly a massive cloud drifted over my head. I jumped up to pull the cloud down only to find that the cloud resembled a bundle of coiled cotton. I unfolded the bundle layer by layer and saw a new hat, a new suit of clothes, and a new pair of shoes in the bundle. The only thing lacking was a pair of trousers. The next day I told the dream to my wife, who grumbled that might not be a good omen. In the next few months I busied myself madly for several people who claimed to have lost the love of their fathers. And they affectionately called me Dad, but actually I was fooled and cheated, nearly ripped of all my belongings earned through years of hard work. This is really a case. 3 decades of toil end up in nothing in a night's time. Later, upon reflection, I came to realize the omen of this dream. New hat, new clothes, and new shoes foretold that I would have no hat, clothes, and shoes to wear. In the dream no trousers appeared, so I was left with a scanty amount of property to subsist on. There is another story about dream. I cannot remember from which book I have read the story and what names the characters have. An influential official in one dynasty of China had a dream one night in which he rode the carriage of the incumbent prime minister and the prime minister drove the carriage for him. But the prime minister moved only 8 steps forward. When he awoke from the dream, he analyzed his dream to some relevant people, saying that he would succeed the position of the prime minister and his tenure would last 8 years. It later proved that his dream had come true as analyzed. The above 4 examples shown that, far from being illusory and untrue, dreams are rehearsals and revelations of the future realities. There are a large number of dreams in this aspect, which have been recorded in a lot of books, foreign or domestic, ancient or modern, especially in the Bible. Actually, if we are good at summarization, we will find that all our dreams are a demonstration of what is in store for us in future. Whether we can uncover their secrets depends on our analytical capability and telegnosis. I find that China's ancient book Duke Zhou's interpretation of dreams is a very valuable book. The correlations between dreams and their predictions are almost correct. You may well have a try and interpret your own dreams with the help of this book. The famous book Interpretations of Dreams by Freud has certain significance in psychological analyses, but it did an extremely poor job in analyzing the essence of dream. In the chapter, The Unconscious and Consciousness, Reality, Freud says, and how about the value of the dream for a knowledge of the future? That, of course, we cannot consider. One feels inclined to substitute for knowledge of the past. Many dreams are obviously predicting the future happenings, but Freud did not admit this. Many dreamlands have always been beyond the expectations of the dreamers, but Freud would stick to his opinion that foreknowledge of the past.
The majority of people believe that dreams are fantasies and illusions emerging from their subconsciousness. But I would say that the visions of dreams are not scenes in the subconsciousness but rather the revelation of another time and space. Our fleshes are sleeping on bed, but our spiritual beings have left our fleshes and entered another time and space. Let's have a look at the following example. An American businessman called Wilmot once took the passenger ship called Limerick and left Liverpool of England for America. One night he dreamed that his wife, whom he had not seen for a long time, came aboard his ship in sleepwear. She walked directly toward him and kissed him. When she attempted to sleep with him, she spotted another man in the cabin. Thus she hesitated for a second and vanished. The next morning that man called William Ted, who shared the cabin with him, said to him, "Last night I saw you were with a woman." And he forced Wilmore to make clarifications as to whether he had secretly seduced any woman. Wilmore was greatly surprised. "Last night I dreamed that my wife came to see me. Have you also had this dream and have seen the scenes of my dream?" What is even more amazing, when he returned to his home in New York, his wife told him that once she dreamed that she went aboard his ship and kissed him, but left when she discovered another man in the cabin. Weird? Inconceivable? The above is a typical dream. In fact, none of our dreams are illusory, instead they all have a solid existence. A story is thus recorded in a book. Two girls shared a room with two separate beds. One night one of the girls saw dimly a handsome man having sex with her roommate. The roommate was groaning with a great sense of comfort. Blushing shamefully, she quickly covered her head with the quilt. After a while, when she had completely sobered up, she lifted the quilt to steal another glance, but found that the man had left and her roommate was sleeping like a log. The next morning she said to her roommate impatiently, "What have you done last night? Be honest and tell me who that man was." Completely taken aback, her roommate thought to herself, "How did she know what happened in my dream last night?" So she put a bold face, "What man? I have been sleeping on my bed all night. Stop talking nonsense." That girl rebuked, "I thought we were good friends for years. I saw clearly you were sleeping with a handsome man last night. Why do you deny?" Without choice, her roommate told her that in her dream last night she could not resist the temptation of a handsome man and had an affair with him. The matters in dreams are more complicated than those in the human world. One cannot explore all the secrets of dreams in his lifetime research. I have cited a few examples here to demonstrate to you that dreams are another time and space and another real world. By far, man is still at the initial stage in understanding dreams. Only if we believe in the greatest creator can we uncover the many secrets in the universe. Otherwise, we will be like a swarm of aimless flies and take a shot in the dark. 38. Religion and the greatest creator. First, we must know what religion is. Religion is a spiritual and psychological activity through which man gets to know, believe in, worship, and follow God and Buddha. Strictly speaking, only Christianity and Buddhism can be called real religions. Although Islamism and Catholicism are also practiced as religions, they have interfered too much in secular affairs. So Islamism and Catholicism cannot be counted as pure religion. Hinduism was formed earlier than Buddhism, but actually it can only be regarded as a source for Buddhism. Derived from the blending of Bhakti and the Sufi orders of Islamism, Sikhism has no independent ideological system since its content can be found in Buddhist sutras and in the Quran. China's Taoism mainly preaches the unity of heaven and man and the telepathy between heaven and man. Without a system of theory about God, Taoism cannot be regarded as a spiritual and psychological activity through which man gets to know, believe in, worship, and follow God and Buddha, but a social activity of mankind. Derived from the blending of Buddhism and Taoism, Japan's Shintoism also has no new content and system. Protestantism and Orthodox Church are branches of Christianity, so they do not have independent ideological system. Primitive religions cannot be regarded as a religion but only a social activity because they are mainly a worship of ghosts and gods, ancestors, totems, and idols and do not have an integrate understanding of God. Ancient Egyptian religion, ancient Babylonian religion, the worship of celestial rulers, supreme god in China's Yin and Zhou dynasties, Phoenician religion, Hinduism religion, Vedic religion, and ancient Iranian religion. All these have basically evolved from primitive religion. They mainly worship natural objects or natural force, and they do not have a perfect perception of God. Therefore, they can only be a social activity and cannot become pure spiritual and psychological activity. Having its own independent understanding of God, Zoroastrianism, called fire worship religion in China's history, was later absorbed by Christianity and Buddhism, its essences still visible in the Christian and Buddhist classics. The essence of Manichaeism, called Zoroastrianism in China, can also be found in Christian and Buddhist classics, thus Manichaeism also has no independent and perfect system. Brahmanism is actually Vedic religion in essence. A religion of ancient India, Brahmanism has gods in the form of personified natural phenomena. Its theory of 3 paths and 4 lives has been modified and carried forward by Sakyamuni. Hinduism has a long history and a numerous and jumbled content, but it does not have a clear thinking and path and renders a perplexed feeling, so it cannot be regarded as a religion. Jainism has a long history and an independent theoretical system, but its essence has been incorporated into Buddhism and the Drasa's parts have been overthrown by science, and thus it cannot survive as a religion. Strictly speaking, Judaism is not the religion of God but the religion of the greatest creator. Its scriptures are mainly the Old Testament of the Bible. But it is not perfect as a religion of the greatest creator because it cannot answer the basic questions concerning the characteristics of the greatest creator and thus is not convincing. Although pursuing the consciousness and love of God in the level of spiritual nature, Kirtan and the Bhakti movement has confused the greatest creator with God. And its leader does not consider Krishna consciousness movement a religion but only regards it as a movement of science, thus confusing science with religion. Therefore, the movement can only be regarded as reflection of the wisdom of ancient Indian sages and cannot be considered a religion. Falun Gong that prevailed in the last few years was a philosophical pursuit of truth, kindness, and endurance by the common people with a pent-up spiritual nature. Falun Gong had no clear understanding of God and Buddha, and its concept of space was also perplexing. Therefore, it can only be counted as a mass social activity and is not a religion. In other small religious groups, small numbers of people suffering emotional and spiritual emptiness engage in a blind spiritual and emotional pursuit to get rid of loneliness and seek group identity or comfort. Just like a crowd of people getting together to chat and divert their humdrum, which cannot be counted as religions. In the future, Christianity and Buddhism will be the only religions remaining, and the rest will gradually perish with the development of science and the progress of mankind. Christianity and Buddhism are 2 relatively independent and complete religions as well as 2 contradictory religions. However, as a social phenomenon, religion will ultimately perish with the passage of time, and in the future the great variety of religions will be unified as one single religion. How do the different religions unify as a whole? Let's take a look at the religions that have appeared in history. At the beginning of each religion, all its followers were firmly convinced that their religion was the only true religion that would exist forever, and other religions were all evil cults and heresies. However, with the development of the times, the progress of mankind, and especially the flourishing of science, those religions have all faded out from the stage of history. Then, can Christianity and Buddhism exist forever? We have to ask the greatest creator to answer this question. Can the greatest creator create 2 mutually contradicting religions? If this question is not easy to answer, we might as well ask directly, was religion created by the greatest creator? If the answer is yes, then the disappearance of religions and the mutual contradictions between different religions can only prove the disorganized thinking of the greatest creator. But this is not the case for the greatest creator we meant. If the answer is no, this shows that Christianity and Buddhism are not the religion of the greatest creator. If religion is not created by the greatest creator, then who made it be, man God or Buddha? No matter whether it is created by man, God, or Buddha, or how difficult it is for its followers to accept the reality, the religion will finally die out if it cannot answer all the questions raised by man and cannot explain all the phenomena of the nature and life of the universe, because this religion can no longer guide man. Religion was progressive at the time of its emergence and had pushed forward the development of human history. However, if we stick to some old-fashioned doctrines and guide today's activities with the teachings of 2,000 years ago, the development of our spiritual nature will only be hindered. In the same way the dynasties in history had all propelled the development of social productivity and facilitated social progress at the time when they were established. But with the passage of time, what were originally progressive became the backward fetters hindering social development. Just like Marx's analysis, when certain superstructure is no longer adaptable to its economic foundation and the production relations are no longer suitable to the development of productivity, such superstructure and production relation is bound to be eliminated and superseded by more advanced superstructure and production relation. Why can science always prevail? The reason is that science is continually developing. If Einstein dogmatically stuck to Newton's mechanics, he would not be able to develop the theory of relativity. If later scientists held the theory of relativity as universally true, then it would be difficult for the birth of quantum mechanics. The development in the history of mathematics also has demonstrated that the future lies only in development. A glorious palace of mathematics has been created only with the continuous exploration stretching from natural number, positive number, negative number, whole number, fraction, irrational number, rational number, imaginary number, and complex number. If we only stick to natural number and deny the existence of other numbers, and if we do not engage in thinking and attempts to solve all problems with natural numbers, then humankind must be still leading a rough existence in the caves and branches and groping its way in the wilderness and ignorance. Shall we doubt the megatrend of the unification of all religions? We should continue our exploration and predict in advance the unification of all religions. The unification of all religions is not to transform all religions into one religion and is no longer a psychological and spiritual activity to understand, believe in, worship, and follow God, but a reverence for and praise of the greatest Creator. There is only one greatest Creator in the universe, but there are countless gods. The greatest Creator is not God, and neither is God the greatest Creator. Worship God will only distract people's visions, and only by worshiping the greatest Creator can we have a definite goal of progress. Instead of imposing one after another spiritual and psychological shackles on mankind, the unification of all religions is the liberation of human nature, enabling man to enjoy life freely. Thus man will not be forced to go through complicated and tedious rituals at churches or temples. Instead of establishing more papacies, hierarchs, priests, pastors, MCs, abbots, and imams to influence people's life and actions, unification of all religions means equality between men. Unification of all religions has no fixed sutras and scriptures and tenets, but it will carry on and promote all fruits of man's wisdom. In unification of all religions, there will be no followers. It can be said that everyone is a follower and no one is a follower. All people are the subjects of the greatest Creator rather than the subjects of any God or Buddha. In a word, unification of religions is the real religion of the greatest Creator. It is regarded as a religion but is not a religion in essence. Will Christianity and Buddhism really fade out from the stage of history? In today's world, there are many enthusiastic missionaries, which is a commendable phenomenon. I hope all people will participate in the religious activities. But as a missionary, you should understand the essence of the religion that you are preaching. You should answer all the questions related to God or Buddha. You may do a poor job in preaching if you yourself feel muddleheaded. Everyone engaging in religious activities should always raise questions as why? 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 Once an old Christian couple preached me enthusiastically. They had been doing this for 40 years and could almost recite the whole Bible. They never expected to meet such an inquisitive person like me who raised a lot of questions. Who planted the tree of wisdom in the Garden of Eden? Why was it planted? I had landed them in the most embarrassing situation. I had originally intended to obtain a lot of knowledge about the Bible but ended in hurting the two old people. I still feel sorry for them even today. As far as I know, the most successful preacher of the Bible today is Jehovah's Witnesses, a group of wise, kind, and sincere people. If all the people in the whole world all become Jehovah's Witnesses, the human world will take the initial form of the paradise. The two magazines Vigilance and Lookout are inclusive book series of wisdom. But there is no perfect man in the world, nor is there perfect organization and religion. I once asked my Bible teacher, who is a Jehovah's Witness, are Eva and Adam the common ancestors for all men? The answer is positive. I asked again, are they also the ancestors of the black people of Africa? My teacher faltered here. If the answer is yes, it proves that Darwin's theory of evolution is correct and that white people can become black people and vice versa, which virtually has negated the theory of the creation of man by the greatest creator. If the answer is no, it means that Adam and Eva are not the common ancestors of mankind, which has virtually negated the verity of the Bible. It is so with Christianity. Then how about Buddhism? In modern world, there is a famous Buddhist master and a lay Buddhist well known among overseas Chinese. They are well read in Buddhist sutras. I have read their books or teaching materials. I have felt their profound spiritual nature and outstanding talents. They have made a measurable contribution to the diffusion of Buddhism. But even the best gem is not flawless. That a gem has flaws does not mean it is not precious. Only artificial gem and glass would be free of blemish. Even people with such profound knowledge of Buddhism are also spreading fatuity. For example, one says that as long as a mosquito is not biting on the face but on other places, we should let it suck until it is full, and we should not kill it because that is killing of life. Another one takes pity on cockroaches. He will let cockroaches go on the rampage in his kitchen. He would do nothing to interfere. Once 2 cockroaches even crawled on his table, and even then he still felt reluctant to drive them away. This care and mercy for life is something that we should learn from. The problem is this the kind of mercy advocated by Buddha? Buddhism preaches equality between all living creatures. What is the definition of all living creatures? Buddha Sakyamuni tells Subhuti in Diamond Sutra all bodhisattvas and bodhisattvas should subdue their minds as follows. All living beings born from eggs, wombs, humidity, or by transformation, with or without form, either thoughtful or thoughtless, and neither thoughtful nor thoughtless, are all led by me to the final nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation. Although immeasurable, uncountable, and unlimitable numbers of living beings are thus led to the final nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation, his teachings tell us in definite terms that man, animals and plants, insects, microorganisms, and bacteria are all living creatures. Mountains, rocks, fields, and soils, wind, clouds, rain, and snow are all living creatures. Not only tangible and visible objects are living creatures, even things invisible to man are also living creatures. Not only things capable of thinking are living creatures, objects with no thinking and consciousness are also living creatures. All living creatures are equal. We should have mercy and care for all living creatures. We should not abuse killing, and this should be the real signification of mercy preached by Buddha. However, there are principles for mercy, and mercy is mutual. The prerequisite for mercy should not violate with each other. Unprincipled mercy only leads to fatuity. Mosquitoes should have their own food and territory of activity. They should not suck man's blood and harass man. When they live in the ponds, we need not hurt them. But if they go beyond their area of existence and suck man's blood, then they are on the way to wickedness. Should we show our mercy even for those wicked things? Cockroaches are insects, and insects should live in insects' territory. Kitchens are areas of activity for man, and cockroaches should not do what they want here. If we throw the reins to cockroaches, then what shall we do if rats, flies, fleas, bugs, centipedes, house centipedes, and cobras all pour into the kitchens? If we preach unprincipled mercy, what shall farmers do with the weeds overgrowing in the crop fields? Weeds are also life. If we let them overspread the fields according to the Buddhist master and the lay Buddhist, what will the results be? People will have nothing to live on. If we advocate unprincipled mercy, how do we deal with the wounds? There are a large number of bacteria at the wound, and we will certainly kill those bacteria if we smear drugs or bind up the wound. Should we let the wound rankle and putrefy for the sake of the bacteria? What should we do with the spider's web in the bedroom? If we destroy the web, we are being cruel to the spider, but if we do not, should we watch the flies, mosquitoes, and moths ensnared by the web and eaten by the spider? Every plant is a life. Shall we or shall we not grind the life of wheat grains into flour for food? In each cup of water there are tens of thousands of bacteria. Shall we drink or shall we not drink? Shall we move our steps or shall we not move our steps, since we will trample on tens of thousands of living beings in each step? Has the Monkey King unjustly killed the Lady Whitebone? Shall all the police be disbanded and sent home to take care of their children? No wonder that the areas where Buddhism flourishes have poorer hygienic conditions, since they are dedicated to protect lives. No wonder people in a Buddhist country tend to be worldly wise for personal safety. They dare not and are unwilling to stand out and hold out the evil things, and the evil things will just run amok. The reason is that they all have a mercy heart. Instead of adding more shackles, the tenet of religion is to liberate man, destroy the shackles of human nature, and make people enjoy a more pleasant, freer, and happier life. The more rules and regulations, the further away we are from the edifications of God and Buddha. Religion is somewhat connected with fatuity. The greatest creator has not created religion. Religion is the emotional response of man. After the unification of all religions, the greatest creator will exercise direct administration of mankind. Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, and Lao Tzu will not be forgotten. Instead, their wisdom will be further glorified. 39. Science and civilization. Religion goes hand in hand with fatuity, while science keeps abreast with civilization. Science is the activity and knowledge to understand, explore, and interpret the laws of nature, human society, and thinking. Civilization is a voluntary behavior of man formed on the basis of the correct understanding of material world and non-material world. Without the development and progress of science, civilization is only an extravagant hope. The symbol for real civilization is no slightest conflict between man and man, man and society, and man and nature, and the sustained harmony without the regulations of laws and without the mechanisms of supervision. For example, how do we dispose of the banana peel after eating a banana on the bus? The uncivilized behavior is to throw it out of the window. We only keep a clean place for ourselves and do not care about the inconvenience to others caused by the banana peel thrown out of the window. The less uncivilized behavior is to place the banana peel under the seat and leave the bus. The civilized behavior is to take the banana peel away and throw it into the dustbin. For another example, suppose an automatic newsagent stand is set up by a road with a large flow of pedestrians. Each newspaper sells for $1, and beside the pile of newspaper is placed a money box, from which buyers can get the changes of his money. In this situation, the civilized person would willingly place the money into the money box and take away the changes and then fetch a newspaper from the top of the pile of newspaper. The less uncivilized person would also place the money into the box, but would fumble through the box for the cleaner and tidier changes and would not take the newspaper directly from the top of the pile but takes one from the middle of the pile. The uncivilized person would trickily pick newspaper from the pile when seeing no one around and would take one or even two newspaper without paying money, thinking it does not make any difference whether I take one for free or not. He would not consider other consequences. He would not pay attention to the losses sustained to the owner of the newspaper. For those who do not pay for the newspaper and worse still pick money from the box, this is not a matter of being civilized or not, but a matter of crime. Some may say that civilization does not have much to do with science. In the remote villages with rustic folkway, the doors were not shut at night and no one picked others' loss on the street. And doesn't this count for civilization? This question involves the understanding of science. It is generally believed that space shuttles, ion accelerators, computer networks, magnetic suspension trains, atomic energy power plants, cloning of life, nanotechnology, and atomic bombs are science, but farmers' planting of crops, housewives' cooking, workers' operation, and small business all have nothing to do with science. Many people are biased against science, believing that science is at the same time benefiting mankind and threatening the survival of civilization. For example, as a result of the development of science, people can no longer have any impression of the good old days in which the doors were not shut at night and no one picked others' loss on the street. Some people even believe that science should be held responsible for the creation of killing machines like firearms, bombers, and atomic bombs, and that science has caused the bustling of mankind and accelerated the pace of life. There are even people who claim that the exhausted resources, the polluted earth, the damaged environment, and people's spiritual and mental stress are all evils committed by science. Science has been treated unjustly. Science is the activity and knowledge for understanding, exploring, and interpreting the laws of nature, human society, and thinking. How can we impute science simply because of some people's crooked application of science to other purposes? Science has caused the emergence of automobiles. Can we blame science if a driver has run into someone? Internet has burst into the modern stage with the development of science. Can we say that science is promoting drugs and pornographic picture albums if someone takes advantage of the network to promote drugs and porn picture albums? With the development of science and the appearance of television, VCD, DVD, CD, films, telephones, and floods of books and magazines, some people are utilizing these facilities to conduct vulgar propaganda, which causes people's tension in sense of time, apathy in human relations, and contortion in psychology and mentality. Can we blame science for all these bad effects? Science has caused the invention of atomic bombs, but can we say that science is intimidating people if someone threatens others with an atomic bomb? If it is tenable to ascribe all misbehaviors and evils of modern society to science, then the following logical reasoning should be completely correct. The reason why Xiao Wang committed murder is because his parents have given birth to him. If his parents have not given birth to him, there would not have been the problem of Xiao Wang's murder. Then not Xiao Wang but his parents should be blamed for the crime. However, Xiao Wang's parents were born by their respective parents, so Xiao Wang's parents should be responsible for Xiao Wang's crime. If this reasoning goes further back, the primogenitor of mankind will have to be held responsible. Where did man's primogenitor come from? Then the earth cannot be exempt from the liability because without the earth there would have been no primogenitor of mankind. The problem, however, does not end here. Without the solar system, there would have been no earth, and without the Milky Way galaxy, there would have been no solar system. And finally, the crime may be traced back to the greatest creator who has created the universe. The result of the logical reasoning is that the greatest creator is responsible for Xiao Wang's action of murder. This discursion is ridiculous. If this rationalization is not absurd, then there would be only one solution: destroy mankind, destroy the universe. Who else wants to shift the blame onto science? There is a fallacy: science is a double-edged sword, which undoubtedly implies that the sun is a double-edged ball, the orange is a double-edged fruit, the plane is a double-edged aircraft, and TV is a double-edged set. Everything is double-edged anywhere and anytime. The result is one's own parents are double-edged persons. If we compare science to a knife, it totally depends on the user of the knife and has nothing to do with the knife itself, whether the knife is used to chop vegetables, to mow grass, to slaughter pigs, or to kill people. When it comes to science, we have to talk about scientists. Now there are more and more scientists, which are a good thing and an inevitable result of social development. But the problem is, who can be called scientists? Who are scientists? Scientists are people who have discovered and can clearly describe or explain a certain law in the field of nature, society, and thinking, which is universally valid within a given limit of time and space. Newton is a scientist because he has discovered gravitation. Einstein is a scientist because he has discovered the mass-energy equation. Madame Curie is a scientist because she has discovered radioelements. Planck is a scientist because he has discovered quantum theory. Laplace is a scientist because he has discovered the uncertainty principle. Those who work in science laboratories or with scientists can only be called scientific workers and cannot be called scientists. People capable of explaining certain phenomena cannot be called scientists. Otherwise, I would also be a scientist. People working in certain academy of sciences cannot be called scientists. People only capable of making innovations and inventions according to others' theories cannot be called scientists and can only be called inventors, engineers, and technicians. Edison is not a scientist. People only capable of expounding others' theories are not scientists either. Many university teachers can explain the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics to students, but they are not scientists. Instead, they are teachers and professors. A person can only be regarded as one with great power of understanding but cannot be considered a scientist if he has discovered certain law but cannot explain it in clear words. Therefore, those who developed atomic bombs according to Einstein's theories cannot be called scientists. They can at best be regarded as scientific workers or engineers. Scientist is a sacred title. We should not abuse this title by using it randomly, otherwise science and scientists will be tarnished. A person is a scientist if he has discovered and explained a certain theory. That he may later do something detrimental to society with his discovery is a matter of his moral character and social standpoint and has nothing to do with the title of scientist. In the same way, a man has created wealth for himself and the society by making a knife. We cannot say that it is wrong to create wealth just because he later becomes a criminal by killing people with this knife. After we have discovered what science and scientists are, we will understand that science is the catalyst for civilization. Without the guidance of science, man would be like a mob of animals, irrational, irredeemable, and hopeless. Science and scientists are offspring of the greatest creator. The greatest creator has not created religion, but he has created science and scientists. A real scientist cannot deny the existence of the greatest creator because all that are created by the greatest creator are not a result of random actions but are based on science, laws, and principles. The road of science is the road of the greatest creator. Who are nearest to the greatest creator? Scientists. Human society is marching towards civilization. Today's society is more civilized than the past. Modern times are more civilized than past times. Whoever is hostile to science, to present time, and is afraid of the future can get undressed, destroy all you have and go back to the virgin forest to see how you can survive. 40. The rise and decline of human civilization. In the story of mankind, a well-illustrated book, Hendrik van Loon strings together the great historic events of mankind like pearls. Based on his on-site interviews and investigations in Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, India, and other countries, Yu Cho-yu wrote a book called A Sigh of Millennium. Based on the on-site interviews and investigations in Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, India, and other countries, the Chinese author Yu Cho-yu wrote the book, A Sign of Millennium. These two books are of great help for the accurately understanding of the rise and decline of human civilizations. We may find that civilizations are the crystallizations of human wisdom when we review the civilization of ancient Egypt civilization, Maya civilization, Persian civilization, Greek civilization, Athens civilization, Roman Empire, Islam civilization, civilization of medieval Europe, and the rise of England. The rise of a civilization depends on the progress of science and technology, without which there would be no civilization. Monkeys and gorillas have longer histories than man, but they have always remained in the wild and primitive stage for lack of the development and progress of science and technology. Then why did the arisen civilization decline? Civilization needs the guidance of an eternal spirit and pursuit. Without the guidance of an eternal belief, a civilization will be formidable and may perish any time. When a nation or country has a relatively advanced productive force, it is likely to think little of everything else. Swelling in pride, it deems itself the greatest creator when looking around. It does what it wants and regards itself the savior of the world. The consequence of swelling pride is that it tends to impose its will on other people, and the result is that it not only has destroyed others' civilization but also brought about its own downfall. The Ephraim can survive from many disasters because they have the support of the Bible. The Indian civilization can endure because of the support of Buddha, Brahma, and Magmatron. Chinese civilization has sustained unflaggingly until today mainly due to the support of the idea of oneness of heaven and man. With an eternal supporting point, man will not be overweening. Instead, they will feel modest and know that there is always someone stronger and that man is not the supreme form of life and not the dominant force of the universe. America is the most powerful civilized nation in the world. The rise of its civilization is mainly due to their belief in God. Let's look at the word on the reverse side of the dollar bills. It is "In God we trust." If America does not believe in God but in itself, it is bound to decline and fall. It is not an easy course of development that man has gone through, and we should cherish what we have today. On the one hand, we are enjoying the fruits of modern civilization, but on the other we are faced with the danger of destruction. Lao Tzu said, "When people have no fear of force, then, as is the common practice, great force descends." What is great force? It refers to a power unimaginable and uncontrollable by man. It is like the deluge recorded in the Bible, which was then unexpected and uncontrollable by man. There is an article called 10 Major Crises Confronted by Man, which mentions the impact of comet hitting Earth, nuclear war, and biorobots' control of mankind. But it didn't mention the greatest creator. It seems that the mere mention of the greatest creator means religious superstition and deviation from science. Will civilization unavoidably come to its end after it has reached certain phase of development? The answer is no. Whether a civilization can develop sustainably depends on whether man has the greatest creator in mind. With the belief in the greatest creator, the civilization will continue. Without, the civilization will perish any time. Just like a group of elephants, they will be punished by man if they ignore the existence of man and deem themselves masters of the earth, doing whatever they want and going on the rampage. Then what if I just believe in God's not the greatest creator? The answer is no. The civilizations in history that were destroyed all believed in gods, but had they got the salvation? Gods are not the supreme masters of the universe. Conflicts between gods often occur. They are busy attending to their own affairs. How can they spare themselves energy to care about us? How did Jesus' 12 disciples die? Just like in the era of Chairman Mao, if we did not uphold the banner of the thought of Chairman Mao but instead raised the banner of Liu Shaoqi or the banner of Zhou Enlai or the flag of certain minister or governor, we would not be able to save ourselves. And worse than that, the flags we raised may have been overturned. Will it do if I only believe in Buddha? As the saying goes, like a clay Buddha fording the river, hardly able to save oneself. Buddhas are just life far superior to man. Living in the Elysium world, they have once made bold to come to the earth, and the greatest creator has forgiven their past wrongdoings and given them a way out. Do they have energy to attend us? In the history of Buddhism, there have been numerous cases in which temples were destroyed and monks were expelled. The sixth master of Buddhism could not even save himself but had to hide himself in Hunter's home. Buddhism cannot even protect its founder, then can it protect us? In addition, the purpose of belief in Buddhism is not to enjoy life in human world but only to go to the Elysium world of the West for another life. You are only daydreaming and know nothing about Buddhism if you want to enjoy the pleasure of life in human world and to go to the Elysium world after death at the same time. From 2013 onwards, if we prioritize our service to the greatest creator, we humankind may usher in the more glorious era. But if we pay no attention to the existence of the greatest creator, it is likely that the great force will come to the world. We must ponder over the paths to be taken. Summary. I have intended to use 50 phenomena to prove the existence of the greatest creator. Now upon reflection, I have found that 40 phenomena are already enough to prove the existence of the greatest creator. The wisdom of the greatest creator has been embodied in the running of celestial bodies to the deployment of resources on earth, the brain of man to the instincts of animals, the operation of life to the extreme beauty, the occurrence of supernatural phenomena to the interpretation of dream, and the meaning of life and death to the rise and fall of civilizations. The greatest creator and the greatest creator itself is the lamplight to light the paths for mankind. _upward. _back previous. _forward next. You are not authorized to reply. Please log in or register.